Lord God. And we pray for our police officers, Lord God. We pray for all of our law enforcement, Lord God. And God, as this year comes to conclusion, Lord God, and we get ready to move into 2020, God, we ask for your guidance. We ask for your blessing. We ask for your direction, Lord God. And that as we move into 2020, we would see clearly the task at hand, Lord God, that would move this city to the place, Lord God, to the heights, not only in Paterson, but in the great state of New Jersey, Lord God, and beyond, Lord God. We're looking for great things to happen in our city. We're looking for the people to rise up in this city, Lord God. We pray for our youth, Lord God, that you would just motivate and touch in a very special way. And may we, oh God, set the pace for them in the name of Jesus, that they would have a hope and a future, oh God. God, your word tells us that you know the plan that you have for us, a plan to prosper us, Lord God, in the name of Jesus. And so, God, I ask that you would do so, Lord God, exceedingly and abundantly, all that we can think and imagine, Lord God. And once again, give this council great wisdom and insight to handle the affairs of this city, Lord God, that will catapult us, your people, to higher heights and new beginnings in 2020. In your name we pray. Amen. Let the church say amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. At this time, I'd like a moment of silence. Last week there was a tragedy in Jersey City. We held a moment of silence then. I'd like to do that again. And for anyone, for our troops and anyone that has lost a loved one. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may have a seat. Okay. As all may be aware, every month we have a council member who is in charge of assigning or bringing in someone for prayer, the flag salute. And Councilman Velez from the 5th Ward has brought us a nice, actually, I thought we were going to have them right here.
In front of the tree.
Okay, so maybe can we remove whatever items are on here, please?
Thank you, sorry, guys.
Okay, you guys come forward. Come forward. Okay, there you go. Councilman, you want to introduce the group?
Church of God, right? Yes, Council President, thank you. I appreciate, as you stated, we all have responsibility to present the minister and the flag salute of every meeting, but December is the only one meeting and is the last meeting of the year. And knowing that we are the season greeting of holidays, celebrating Christmas and all those good things, I decide to bring the Church of God, Paterson Church Assembly. That's my church. I get Assembly of God, and it's in the 5th Ward actually. The thing is that we all praise the same God, though. So enjoy the program, and I hopeful it's going to bring a good message tonight. Get ready, Council President. Council President, before they have a nice special song that I want them to sing tonight, and is all this second presentation. Please, choir.
Look at that, Councilman Velez, you done brought tears to my eyes.
Council President, I believe that you only have birthday only one day of the year, and I think it should be memorable for the whole entire life. So, you know, next Friday I will bring an orchestra for Councilwoman Litza Mins, but that's okay. But I just want to say that sometimes money is not, but I think memorable things like this, and it's in video, so you could keep it for your life.
And Councilman, you definitely, this is a birthday I won't forget, so I want to really, really thank you, all right, for that. Whew. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Sure, I will. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2019 to 2020, meeting date December 17, 2019, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2019 to 2020 on or about July 1, 2019. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2019 to 2020 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2019 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Crusader International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2019 to 2020 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2019 to 2020 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Before
You're
we
welcome.
start, everyone in the audience is special, okay? And I know we have the ESNA group here today, but there is a special person that's in the audience that I'd like to acknowledge. I want to thank her. Sadly, today is your father's council meeting, but I want to welcome Brianna and Logan. Brianna is Councilman Rivera's daughter. She took a 2-hour drive from college to come. Can you please stand, Brianna? I've known Brianna since she was little. I'm going to try to get your daddy out of here early, okay? You're going to see him in action today. Councilman, be nice today. You got your daughter in the audience. Anyway, I just wanted to welcome you, okay? All right, so at this time, Madam Clerk, I'm going to have the payment of bills.
Yes,
Sure.
Madam President.
Councilman Rivera, you could say something if you want.
Well, no, I want to welcome my daughter. It's a special night. First time you ever come to watch a council meeting. We want to welcome you, man. Thank you for taking the trip to see me. Love you.
Sweet. Love you too, Daddy.
Payment of bills.
Yes. Payment of bills for December 17th, 2019. We have payments totaling $7,831,649.80, of which $4,565,439.07.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Okay, Councilman Velez, before you even ask, I know that you brought some stuff up to me over the weekend in terms of the payment of bills, and just to not make any mention of names, I will say that it was discussed in finance, and those reimbursements have to do with travel, conferences, so just,
Yeah, we had that clear, Council President. Is another question that I had to bring up.
Councilman Velez.
And the reason I want to bring it up is because I believe we all, as a council, receive a letter of the Paterson Police retiring of officers that retired, like 14 or 15 officers, and they still pending and waiting for that payout. They want to know what's the status, when the check is going to be cut. They, depending on that, they retire, honorary retire, and we want to know when this is going to be cut and paid.
Okay, so.
I haven't seen in the past bills, so if Mr. BA could bring me a day due on this?
So Councilman Velez, and that's a good point. I have been addressed as well, and that is something that Mr. BA, I think that they've addressed you. I don't think you've responded back. Do you have a date?
Not yet, but I can tell you that we've been actively pursuing it. I think we have an opportunity to pay some and not all, and we'll know more tomorrow morning. But yes, we are actively pursuing
Okay,
an opportunity.
so just so I can just quickly, because I know that it is through their contract, if I'm not mistaken, that once they retire, there's a certain time frame where they should all be paid out. So if you're only doing a portion, I would be careful. I mean, Corporation Council, could they come back to us and want to sue the city for that?
No, because part of the agreement with several of those individuals was to pay 50% in this fiscal year and 50% in another fiscal year. So.
Do you have that in writing, or is that a gentleman's agreement, a handshake?
I think we have what we need in writing in order to cover that.
Okay.
So I don't want to get into the details of that here because I don't think it's the appropriate place. But we have been working with the union. It's a cash flow issue. I mean, basically, it's a cash flow issue, and we just have to make sure that, we don't deplete our cash because we have to operate the city as well. And Madam President, you are correct. There is a contractual provision in there. It's not clear in some of the contract as to when that's supposed to be paid, but we know we are obligated to pay it, and we've acknowledged that. It's really just a cash flow issue, a timing issue with regard to when we get our transition aid, how much transition aid we're going to get, and the reason in the past that we were able to provide some specific time frames is in the past we bonded for that money. This year we did not do that. We're funding it out of the operating budget, and so when you're funding it out of the operating budget, obviously you're not borrowing money in order to make the payout. So we're using, but we don't know exactly, how much of that will be available until we get our TA application or we get our TA award, so that we know how much we have in the budget.
Last, Council President, just not to extend it too long. I just need, because I believe when they.
1 second, Councilman. Ming, I'm getting text messages that we are not, the audience out there is not able to hear the meeting.
It's low. Percent of the volume is
I was just told, cannot hear the meeting. They're watching it through
Did you-
77.
Did they listen to Song of the Choir at
volume
least?
is low.
32 or 77?
Both.
Both?
No, okay, I got 77, but.
So let me continue.
Continue.
Mr. BA, it's my understanding that they submit their letter of intention to retire a couple months before retiring.
But that's not the issue.
So, hold on, hold on, I know it's not the issue right now, it's financial, you say it's financial problems, right? So, if they submit a letter, and they was planning to retire in July, whoever's doing the calculation knows that they're gonna retire with that pay, retirement, and the amount is there. What's so difficult is to pay them, is where really comes the problem, especially now you dump it into the budget, you dump it into that we have fiscal problems, and when we not bonding it, we get in front of the budget, and they still waiting. We received this long, extensive letter, and I believe the administration have answered that letter because they sent a copy to you too. But how much is the money that total of those 15 officers?
Have to be paid, how much?
How much do we have to pay?
Total for the
Yeah.
layouts, about 4 to 5 million?
4 or 5 million, and you say you paid some of them. How
No,
many
no,
you paid?
I didn't say we paid anything yet, Councilman. I said we are in the process of figuring out how much we can pay.
I know.
So we haven't paid anything yet. We understand that, based upon some of the representations that were made by some of the members, it would be advantageous to them to get some of the money in this fiscal year for tax purposes. So we are trying to accommodate that.
Any due date, any expected date before end of January, February?
Well, I said I would know more tomorrow.
Okay.
We've had some conversations today with DCA and
Okay.
others. We'll know more tomorrow.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Council President.
Okay, actually, it was Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Rivera, and then Councilman Jackson.
I'll go last.
Okay. Jackson, Councilman Jackson?
Very good. So the concern, there's a couple things, Mr. BA. I know the city's on a fiscal cycle, but most individuals, they're filing their taxes on a yearly cycle. So that would mean those individuals who are looking forward to being paid prior to the next year for the tax purpose or tax benefit means that they're looking to be paid now in 2019, in which we're in December. So the indication that we're going to be making that payment the following year in January or February doesn't do them any benefit. In fact, what it does is it actually agitates the situation even further, because from what I've been getting back from a lot of these gentlemen and ladies is that they're on the verge of pressing the button to file a suit against the city. And as you know, this previous suit where we had to pay 150% of the total output, it was indicated by the judge that the next time we'll be paying 100% on top of. So now whatever we owe, instead of owing $4 million, now we'll be paying out $8 million. But that's not the worst of it. The disheartening thing, and what brings about a great deal of morale busting, is when you have the irresponsible activity, and I get it, the numbers don't match up, but when you have pay raises and pay increases that's being given to the members of the administration, when you have new hires that's taken, sometimes employees or members of the public are being told we're on a hiring freeze. Then you see individuals getting hired. So my suggestion is that we have to, if there's going to be a common practice that we're following, we should definitely stick to that practice, because it leaves a bitter taste in the individuals' mouths who put forward 30 years of their lives, a commitment to this community. They're sitting, through these holiday seasons. It probably was depending on that money. And then they're watching on council meetings and looking in the news and seeing newly hired members of the administration get pay increases. And, that's really the most disappointing part of this to me, Mr. Chairman. These are the things that we're talking about when you guys are in Finance Committee. We have a commitment to the public and to the members of our of the body of the city, the employees, to hold good on our promises. And this right here is just a broken promise, and it's a poor practice for us to continue to follow.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So I'm glad that Councilman Velez brought up the subject, because I've received a few calls, as well as the entire council has received a letter. And so what really concerns me is not the fact that they have not been paid, I think that's a problem, but more so the fact that there was a letter sent asking for some level of response, and that was not done. So I think we have to do a better job once correspondence is sent in requesting information. We have to respond to them, whether we're saying it's going to take 60 days, whether we're looking into it, and it was sent to the entire council body, and there was no response to the entire council body. So we have to ensure whatever the next steps are, if there's steps. But what's sad to me is that these are 25 people that serve the city and have done a phenomenal job, and now they've retired since end of June, approximately July, and to this point, there's still no response to the payout. So I just want whatever correspondence happens, whatever the decisions you make, can it just be distributed to the entire council, so when we receive calls, we can answer accordingly and have a direct response?
I would just say, Doctor, that I'm not sure what you mean when you say there's been no response, because I've held meetings, I've talked to folks. Now, there were some letters written recently from attorneys from various people. One letter just came in yesterday that we haven't responded to, and one came in maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. So although we haven't responded in writing, there have certainly been verbal communications and email communications with the leadership of the union. So I don't want anybody to think that we haven't heard, but I am trying as best I can, because you know, the city is strapped for cash. And Councilman Jackson, I'm not sure what you mean when you say there are a whole bunch of, you know, hires or raises have been given, you know, to various members of the administration. But be that as it may, we are aware of it, and we're doing everything we can. I know a lot of the people who retired, they're my friends as well as your friends, and I want to make sure that we do everything we can to honor them, you know, by getting them the money. But I also have a fiduciary obligation, you know, to the city to make sure after we make that payout, we can make payroll.
Well, just to reiterate, I just want to be sure, because you said there were conversations that were had. We don't know of them, whether they've been one-on-one, personal. I'm just saying if some correspondence comes out, just give some type of update to the council saying this is where we are, whatever. We don't have to go into full detail, but at least we can have some understanding of where we are or where we stand as a body, so that we can respond accordingly. Because we're definitely going to direct them to your office, because you're handling it, but we need to be able to answer them appropriately. Okay.
Good, thank you very much, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Rivera, but before you start, Madam Clerk, we moved it, but Rivera removed it. Do we have a second? Councilman Khalid. Okay,
Yes.
and then we had the discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
So many of us are in the Finance Committee, and we're going to ask, how come this wasn't brought up before us, right? We could have had a fruitful discussion at committee.
Mr. BA was not able to be there today, so we didn't.
No. I don't mean today. I mean at any given time, you know, since these have come up. I have another question. So is the money did we budget for this full, how much did we budget for retirements? March?
We've budgeted in this fiscal year 20 budget for approximately close to $4.5–5 million.
How much are the retirements?
About that amount.
So, listen, I understand what you mean by cash flow. I don't understand why we will go over 2 fiscal years. That's what you guys mentioned earlier, right? That you're going to pay over 2 fiscal years? That's what the BA said earlier. I don't understand why you would do that if you already budgeted for the full amount. Why will you go over 2 fiscal years?
I believe what Vaughn was referring to is the payout of a portion in 2 calendar years. The employees who are raising the issue of not being paid out yet are dealing with what they want to deposit into tax deferred accounts. So that's calendar year. So that's the
Okay.
issue of 2 years. It's in the same fiscal year 20 for us, but 2 calendar years for them, 2019 and 2020. So that's why there's this thrust to get something done and settled before the end of this calendar year so that some of those payments can be made.
So when are they officially retired?
They, some of
When was the
them,
date? When was
so
the date?
their dates anytime from July 1st until now.
So we haven't paid any of them.
No.
So the reason I asked the question is because, yes, we are going to have a fluctuation in cash flow during the year, but especially during the time that we collect taxes, we should have taken care of, the ones that retired, because I don't think they all retired at the same time. Did they? No, that's not the question. Did they all retire at the same time?
A lot of them retired July 1st.
So the ones that retired July 1st, we could have taken care of some of those, at least.
So.
No, Councilman, I'm sorry.
So, 1 second, so.
Hold on.
Who agreed that, because, to my understanding, not everyone wants to get paid that way, so.
Correct.
Who agreed on that?
All right, those are separate issues. Let me just give you the framework. For many years, back to at least fiscal 12, City of Paterson bonded through a refunding bond ordinance for retirement payouts. Last fiscal year, earlier this calendar year, the local finance board instructed me and said that do not come back to the local finance board with the request to bond for the retirement payouts. With that, we brought, they don't want to approve long-term
It's not good fiscal
payouts
practice.
for a 5-year term to use up our debt incurring capacity for operating expenses. It's been too many years.
1 second, Councilman Jackson.
No, it's really not about what we bond for true capital expenses. It's for the payment of operating expenses. So they sort of capped our ability to go to their board and request approval. So that's why we had to incorporate these payouts into this year's budget. Now, until the budget is adopted, those appropriations are not officially created. Right now, we're operating with an interim budget. When you speak to cash flow, these are very critical times. We don't get our state aid. It's almost this year it'll be 26 million and change, or 24 million, I'm sorry, until after the budget is adopted. So we're hoping to adopt the budget mid-month in January.
We established a levy before, and again, that's why I didn't want to have this discussion here. We could have had this discussion in finance, and I could have asked as many questions as possible. Although we're no longer bonding for it, we created the mechanism through the budget. We included that payment through the budget. Although the bonding makes the money available as soon as you pass the ordinance, actually not necessarily. Hear me out. You have the authorization at that time, but you still got to go out and borrow the money if you don't have it in your capital account. But let's not get technical. What I'm saying is, it's no excuse for the people, at least, I don't know how many, that's why I wanted to have that discussion in there, but if a few people retire in July, even with a temporary budget, right, you could have put some in there, because it's already in the introduced budget, right? And for the audience that is watching, I don't want to get too technical, but for the first 3 months of the year, we operate with 26.25% of the previous year's budget. But the levy, the tax bills that are going to go out, we already struck a levy before. Am I correct?
We struck a preliminary tax levy for the third and fourth quarter tax bills.
Yes.
That did not include the 2% increase,
How much is that?
approximately $3 million.
Exactly. We have a $200-something million budget.
So, in any event, the appropriations are actually not funded because we don't get the state aid until after the budget's adopted.
So if I were to ask you for a budget report right now, that line item doesn't have any funding at all, March.
It does, of course. It does.
So once you
It's
have,
set up, there's no cash. The cash would either match up with the tax collections, which it's not, because don't forget, earlier this year, there's another issue that's impeding the process of payouts. And that is that we have to pay the school district every month. This governing body approves the levy payment each month, and this is the first year, and I can't tell you how many years, that we are current with every month of remittance to the school board.
so to finalize I'm just going to make a statement. It's not popular, but I'm going to make a statement. If we have a legal obligation to these officers, there is a mechanism that we probably have never used, which is called bond anticipation notes. No. what is it, what are they called?
Tax
March?
anticipation.
Tax anticipation notes. Do you use that whenever you have issues with, your cash flow? That would be the last resort, but we do have an obligation. We don't want them taking us to court and then us spending all this money in legal fees and everything else. So we have to find a way to, to address this issue somehow. It's unacceptable to say you retire in July, it's already December, and you still haven't paid them. It's unacceptable. And I just leave it at that,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Madam President, very quickly. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make note, we assessed 2 additional taxes on the public this year. So we had a one-time sewer assessment that was $5 million or more. And then we had the new tax bill that has collected a great deal of money. And, these are the additional revenues that we didn't have in the past. So I understand that we're not bonding, but we have additional revenues that are touching down in the books, and we're not making good on the obligations. And, if we add up all the money that we lose by paying out to third-party legal expenses, it's astronomical.
Council President.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you. My concern is, this is the first year that, since I've been here, that the Finance Board would not allow you to bond for retirement.
That's correct.
You included it in the budget, but the transitional aid doesn't come down to like March or April, the money they give us. It doesn't come. My question is, Councilman Rivera said, and I wouldn't call it tax anticipation note. I would call it a credit line, where couldn't you get money from the bank as a credit line, and then once your financial transitional aid comes in, then you can give it back?
So the legal terminology is tax anticipation notes. It requires that the city prepare an official statement and solicit, either negotiate or solicit bids in the market.
Have you done
The
that?
city of Paterson has not done a tax anticipation note since 1990, when it's changed from a calendar year to a fiscal year.
So you don't know if you could.
There's been no need to do so. I spoke to the Finance Committee earlier this year when the problems were ensuing with the school district, and mentioned that in the event that we were running out of cash, the only opportunity we would have to bolster our cash was to do tax anticipation notes. Thus far, we have been fine with paying the school district and all of our other obligations.
Except for the retirees.
Well, the retirees is another issue altogether.
Okay.
Because in the past, they've always given their intentions of retirement in the year prior to, the preceding year of their retirement. The appropriation was made either, whether it was going to be funded by the operating budget or a bond ordinance. And thus far, it's been through a bond ordinance. Those ordinances were funded in July following the end of the year in which they retired. So it's not something that's unusual to wait for a long period of time before you get your payout. It's not something that's unusual at all.
Now
It has not been.
the transitional aid, my last question was, the transitional aid doesn't come down until we adopt the budget.
We can only adopt the budget after we receive our award letter confirming our aid for the
Okay.
year.
All right,
And
thank
we-
you,
and
Council.
we've been pushing
Okay.
Yes,
DCA to give us that letter sooner rather than later.
Okay.
We met with them today, and once we get the letter, we'll know how much aid we're getting, because the real fear is we get less than what we budgeted for. And if you get less than what you budgeted for, and you've already paid out the money, now you're talking about, layoffs and everything else, because you spent the money, and we think we're gonna get 24 million, but what if they come back with 19 million? Now we have a $5 million gap, we've already made the payout. So we're aware of it, and I think we'll have more information tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. B.A. Madam Clerk, roll call on payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call and payment of bills in the amount of $7,831,649.80. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
yes,
Councilman Jackson?
I need a moment, Madam Clerk. Pass?
You said pass, Councilman?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I apologize, Madam Clerk. I made it very clear that I would not be voting in the affirmative on any bills list that included payments to the current garbage company that picks up our refuge. And my vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'll take the consent agenda 17 through 47.
Yes, Madam President. Next item on the agenda is a consent agenda items, 17 through 47. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 17 through 47. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and so removed will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman McCoy. Roll call on the consent agenda for approval, items 17 through 47.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on consent agenda items 17 through 47. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Items 17 through 47 on the consent agenda are hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to open up the public portion. Director Fleming, did you sign the, you did not? All right, Madam Clerk, before we
To the
yes, I'm
public
actually going
portion?
to ask Director Fleming, if you can please come forward. I know Director asked me if you wanted to address the council. I'll give you a few minutes. Normally, we give the public portion 3 minutes. You're one of our directors, our director of the library. So, Madam Clerk,
You lift the whole podium.
you can. There you go. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, right before we start, we're going to have our director address us.
Okay,
Okay, good evening.
good evening.
My name is Corey Fleming. I'm the director of the City of Paterson Public Library System.
Don't speak so into it
I'm
because
sorry.
it'll be muffled.
I don't do this all the time, so.
That's okay. You can speak loudly, but you don't have to get close to it.
Okay, no problem. And behind me, I have the Library Board President, Tracy Piercing. I have Library Board member, Doris Arnett Gary. So I understand there were some questions about a grant that we received. The official press release did not go out until last Thursday. I did send it directly to the council president, the council secretary, the BA, the mayor, everyone that needed to get the information. Did you guys get a chance to take a look at it? If not, I can give you some highlights on it. Any questions? So,
I think you should
Okay,
still
so
give highlights.
I'll give highlights on it. So, the Paterson Free Public Library, along with the New Jersey State Library, the New Jersey State Library, the Institute of, through federal funding from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, were offered a 2-year partnership with the New Jersey State of Parole, Department of Labor, Workforce Development, and 6 other libraries throughout the state of New Jersey. This is a reconnection center, and what basically the reconnection center does is provide recently incarcerated residents of Paterson with the skills, the resources, and the services that we already provide at the local library, along with a social worker to be in the public library 2 days a week, and 50 slots to apply for a GED, for the GED, as well as job and career resources readiness. So that's pretty much it. It's a 2-year grant. It's a 2-year grant. It was a grant that was over to the library. The New Jersey State Library is actually trying to use this as a national model, but they're going to start in the state first. We thought it was a very great idea. You know, it's the work that we're doing already. So I understand there are some questions. I'm willing to entertain some now.
Yes, Council President?
Council.
So, just so you know, I mean, and I don't know that this is the venue to do it right
Okay.
now. So I'm gonna ask
Council
and
President.
Mr. BA and the Corporation Council, if I may, because there was some questions in our workshop, and normally we address in our workshop. So I would have, if you can come to our next workshop, and you can just, we can have a thorough or more extensive conversation.
The concern is the date of the grant. What's the date in January? We have to make sure that we can meet before that January date of the grant deadline.
Okay, the grant actually starts in January. We have a national, a statewide kickoff date at or around January 15th.
Oh, we'll meet before
Council
that.
President.
But,
Wait.
before you,
Wait, 1 second. I think there was I don't do the whole Facebook thing. When people
Yeah.
start doing the Facebook stuff, I don't do that. I did have some people that actually spoke to me and who are for, okay, this type of grant, which is something that is not new, and this model has been used in throughout the United States. So you can fill us in on that. This is not going to be the moment we're going to have this conversation, all right? Only because I do know that there is some pros and cons, specifically where the main library is situated on Broadway, and I do know that there was some constituency that felt that maybe that wasn't the right place for it. But again, I got some positive to it as well. But again, I don't think we're going to be able to have this discussion today. So I'm
No.
going to ask that we are able, I'm not Councilwoman, we're not going to have the conversation today. We have a very long agenda. We have a very long agenda, so we're not gonna be able to do that. But I appreciate you coming, and I think that, I guess, Mr. BA, if we can set something up with the clerk, so we are able.
Ask for the date that, Council President, ask for the date that he sent that email regarding the spread
I didn't
release.
remember seeing
That
that.
was Thursday.
Last Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Council President, as a chairman of statutory agency, I will recommend that Mr. Fleming put a complete, not a press release, a complete detail, what the program is or whatever, send it to us, and then we will be ready for the workshop if something developed from that analysis or whatever you're bringing forward. That's
Yeah,
it.
just to be clear, in that email was actually the information about the grant, the press release, the talking points, everything about the grant.
August what? Sorry.
Yes, talking points.
No, when was the date?
The Thursday, last Thursday, I believe.
Last Thursday.
If you don't, I can send it again. I can
Can
have
you
it
do,
hand delivered.
can you do
tomorrow.
so? Yeah.
I can have it hand delivered.
Were you, did you include the BA and Corporation Council and the entire,
I sent separate emails, but I did make sure that everyone had it.
You said city council?
sent-
you
separate
didn't
emails.
send it as a whole email addressing the council and then
No, I usually,
copying?
no, I
Right.
didn't do that. I did send it to the BA, but I didn't know how you worked, but I did send it to the secretary, and I did send it to the president.
Right.
Council President, real quick, just a recommendation.
I didn't let
No,
Councilwoman
if you
Cotton
had let
speak.
Councilwoman
It's-
Cotton, and then
It was just a recommendation,
you're still talking.
Councilman Velez is the chair of statutory agencies. This is a discussion that they could bring to that committee. You have 4 council people here, that one's in the ward.
They did.
You guys met already with
It
this?
was.
No.
No.
No,
So
we
you
did
guys should
not.
meet prior to our last meeting, just like any
Yes,
committee.
correct.
And bring
He
it back
did
to
have a
workshop.
meeting, Councilman, he did.
Council,
Please.
Ruby Kine, let me
Yes.
clarify that, Councilwoman.
Uh-huh.
We had a statutory meeting that fortunately you cannot attend, and Councilwoman Lisa Mintz.
Right.
What we spoke on the meeting was so in the air that he was going to come back
Right.
and tell us what's all intel about the grant.
Director, this had
So-
approval by the mayor, correct?
Excuse me?
Correct.
This had an approval by the mayor?
No.
You had a
this-
discussion
well,
with the mayor?
I did inform,
No.
well, so what happens is, We don't usually give all the information out until the actual press release.
Correct.
But everyone was aware of it, and my board was definitely aware of it. The actual press release came out last week. I think you guys got tipped to the newspapers before
Yes.
the actual press release come out. And I would just
That wasn't a
ask-
newspaper, I'm sorry.
No.
That is a blog, it's
So
not a
but-
newspaper.
So I just want to make a statement before, and then we can agree to do this.
Well, we,
however-
Council President, we should meet, and we will, Mr. Fleming, again,
Okay,
be-
so
before that,
Councilwoman
because,
Cotton, all
yeah.
right, so then.
The Council President.
Yeah.
Considering,
Wait, Councilwoman Cotton had the
Yeah.
floor. So,
I just want to say that I had a deep discussion with him, and I was going to come over there and talk to Mr. Fleming, so, and he explained some of the stuff, and like you said, he's going to go into detail, which more information that I get from you, I can then share with everybody, but we're going to share it together, because it's not what people think it is, Mr. Fleming.
That's good.
Yeah.
Council
Yes.
President, just to keep it in the record, Mr. Fleming, as the chairman of statutory agency, I'm going to call a meeting on the same night of the workshop, but during 12 noon at January 7. Can you put in your calendar, only with your agency, with the library?
That's fine.
January 7 at 12 noon, here in my in the city council, 12 noon, okay? And then if anybody has any
Council
idea,
President.
then they could bring,
Council
Mr.
President.
Fleming, you wanted to say something?
January
I
7.
just want to make one general statement. So I've been working for libraries for over 20 years. My experiences take me across the nation, right? Working with urban libraries and communities, right? The issues that we're experiencing here in Paterson, such as homelessness, literacy challenges, the decline in reading, the decline in civility and civic engagement, the digital divide, just to name a few, are not unique to Paterson. The issues they're similar to cities throughout the country. Paterson Public Library, our library board, along with the dedicated staff of approximately 50 employees through the 5 locations, work effortlessly to support the library's mission, to provide vital services and resources to get library cards into the hands of our many residents. We cannot do this work alone. We need government, we need our elected officials, we need our community leaders to help us promote our institution. So this work is very, very challenging, and the obstacles itself are real. So I just ask that moving forward, that if there's any questions pertaining to the library, any programs, any initiatives, anything that you are not aware of, please reach out to me and ask for the facts before we spread that, because when you put things out there, it's hard to get them back.
And Council President,
Okay.
I think what has to happen,
Councilwoman, 1 second, because I'm telling people that we're gonna have this discussion on another day, and we're now going into 10 minutes. And
Well,
so
just quick.
Councilman Jackson asked to speak first. Councilman Jackson, can you be brief, please?
Very brief. I just had a recommendation, Council President, and with all due respect to Councilman Velez, the chairman of the committee, considering that this has already been an ongoing discussion publicly, when the public has grave concerns, my concern, whenever we curb a discussion that's done during a regular meeting and push it towards a workshop, the public, the general public, is excluded from that conversation. And, I know a lot of people feel as if they're the decision makers, but we're mere servants to the public, and we should be having this discussion where it's in a public venue, it's televised publicly, so that the public has the opportunity not only to absorb the information, but also send us back feedback on what it is that they are in favor of or in opposition of. I have a number of different questions for Mr. Fleming as well. I can have him offline. He can satisfy those questions, but it doesn't mean that the public is satisfied by the answers that we may convey as a third party. So my suggestion, Council President, I feel all of our meetings should be televised, including workshops. Every meeting we have, every discussion that's had should be televised, in my opinion. But I think this discussion, at the very least, should be a televised workshop session that the public can have an opportunity to.
A special meeting.
Correct.
And so, Madam Clerk, I would be okay with having a special meeting in our workshop for the 14th. Is that our next?
well, the 15th is the
sorry, the
date.
7th.
so it's-
All right, so then you will
Council
be
President.
prepared to come speak, and Councilman will be televised.
So, correct.
just- Council
President, do we,
I was first.
Wait, Councilman,
yeah.
Councilwoman Mims.
go ahead.
So just to be clear, because I don't want it to be stated that we have to understand the dynamics. So it was a newspaper article that went out that created a dialogue on social media, and calls started coming in blaming the council
Councilwoman,
for
what newspaper?
Paterson Times. So it came out, and then there was a dialogue, and then the calls started coming in blaming the council for this decision, which we knew nothing about. So when things are stated and we have no idea, we have to bring it up in workshop. That's what I did last week, just to get some information, because that was the first time hearing about it, and a lot of times things come out that we have no idea and we're blamed for. So I'm grateful, and I totally agree with Councilman Jackson. I think it needs to be an open discussion, because when the article came out, it created a dialogue through social media, and I'm not against that, because those are constituents, those are residents. And so that's where the dialogue started, and then the phone calls started flooding in. The council voted for this, why didn't you think about it? And we didn't know. So when it was brought up in workshop, no one here really knew about it. It was mentioned in statutory agencies. Some of us were not able to make the meeting, so we were not aware of what was going on, and me and you spoke, Director.
Yeah, no one reached out to me personally to ask me any questions about the grant or anything.
But that's what I'm saying.
So that's
right.
how it always happens,
Yeah,
just so you know.
Right,
But-
we didn't know about it. It was in,
Okay,
it was
okay, okay.
online.
Okay.
So we represent the city of Paterson, and when the city hears something, it doesn't matter who knew about it, whether it was you, the mayor, whoever was a part of it, we knew nothing, and we're the legislative body. So when they get the call, we're the first line of attack. They come after the council, and I mentioned it last week, because I thought maybe someone knew, but no one knew about it here. And so that was my recommendation last week, was to bring you in so that we can get more details, what it was about, location. Because the program, I have no issues with the program in and of itself, because we need it, but the concern was, why was it the location? So I'm looking forward to that discussion.
That's fine.
All right, so Director, you'll have your committee meeting at 12 on the 7th, and you will come before us on the 7th at special meeting, which will probably be set up for 8 o'clock?
You want to have it for 8? 8?
7:30?
Maybe 7:30.
7:30. We'll have a special, and that way you can come. Mr. Chair said that you will be meeting at 12 o'clock in the, yeah, and then that same day, yeah. And just so I got the information only when Councilwoman Mims mentioned it, only because she read the Paterson Times article. I don't read that.
No, I didn't read it. I got called from residents. I didn't read
Okay.
it. So let me be clear, it's not that that's a newspaper I read. Constituents were texting and calling me, blaming this council for that decision. I went into the hallway to ask, like, what are you talking about? And they sent me the article. That's how I saw it.
Okay.
I knew nothing about it. So let me be clear, that's not something I read. I read books, so I don't read that.
I understand. Just in the future, in the event that someone calls you and you don't know, just say, I don't know, I'll get back to you. And just reach out to me, especially when it comes to library business.
Council President.
Okay.
Real quick, and Director, I don't think you're seeing what the council's saying. And some of the things that's happening is you guys are a statutory agency. Okay. You specifically said that no one knew about this because there's a press release, and the way that you guys do business is when the press release comes off, we react. No one knew about this. Well, what the bigger picture is when you make a decision that's going to have such drastic change, maybe the library director reaches out to the council so we don't have this reaction. I agree there should be more discussion.
Okay.
The library board is a statutory agency. You guys can make your own decisions, and that's what it is, and that's why we have a committee. This is going to be further discussion, but in the end, we're all finding out things after the fact. What we want to be is, let us know. The councilwoman, it's in her ward. This is a discussion should be known. Councilwoman at large, those are their constituents.
Council President.
It's that's where it's the bigger thing, and I think that's what Councilwoman Mims. But now we're here, instead of being proactive, we're being reactive. You made your decision. Your board made your decision. Now the residents are calling to the council. Well, we should be kicking it back to your library board and let them go and say why you made the decision.
If that's the case,
Director.
we can entertain that too.
Can I assist for a moment, please? I'm sorry. With all due respect, Councilman, and Councilman Abdelaziz is hard on it. We're making sure that we're accountable to the residents. But in defense of the director, he did what he's supposed to do. There is a committee meeting, there's a process. He came to the committee meeting, he gave his presentation, I was there. Councilwoman Cotton was not there, neither was Councilwoman Mims. We are the committee. They didn't get an opportunity to hear the discussion, but he did what we consistently ask directors to do their part and do what they're supposed to do. He did that. He followed the process, and the issue here is that there's members of the public that don't really understand the full scope of whose job is what. So some people want to take credit when it's something that the chair about. Everyone's taking credit for it, and then when there's something that people aren't satisfied with, now everyone wants to place the blame. I have to defend the director in this case because he came to the meeting. He was very much so prepared. He gave the presentation. He said he did not release a press release, and obviously it was leaked somehow. But he did it.
Right.
He went through the process. So
Okay, all right, so, no more discussion, council members, please. So, there were two, and very importantly, I mean, we're all important here, but Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims, who's part of this committee, were not there.
And it
The
was never
chair
brought to the council.
of the committee has requested your presence. The committee will entirely be there for Tuesday, is it Tuesday? Yes, Tuesday the 7th? Okay, at 12 o'clock, all right. And then we'll have that discussion as a special, so that way it's televised and the entire community can either see it or see it on repeat.
Okay, not a
On
problem.
77 and 32? Is it 32? Okay, so thank you very much, Director, for
Thank you
coming.
very much for your time. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, and I'll see you in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
15.
Okay. What is it?
First speaker.
Okay. Put on record that Councilwoman Mims has requested or has made a statement that she'd like the Human Services, Mr. Chair of Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Mims is requesting that Human Services be part of the discussion.
Sure, we'll
Health
have
and
that
Human
discussion.
Services.
Yeah, we'll have that. We'll
Okay.
follow the process. Once the emails will go out, we'll need to put we'll
Okay,
have that discussion.
very good. First speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. First speaker is Mr. Teague, Corey Teague.
Okay.
Corey?
No, I know, they
Please
said that.
state your
I'm sorry,
name.
the individuals that are speaking on behalf of ESNA, you signed up, correct? Okay. Are you like in the beginning? The very first one. No, I know you are, Mr. Teague, you're gonna speak.
Okay, but
No, I know that. No, I'm not, no, Mr. Teague, come on, you signed up first, you speak first. I just wanna make sure, because I know that Councilman McCoy, did call earlier, and I spoke to you guys earlier, so I know that they're gonna be next.
oh, okay.
Oh, you're saying you want them to go first?
Yeah, because I was going to talk to Corey for a minute.
Okay,
outside.
go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Madam Clerk,
So,
who's the next speaker?
next speaker is Donald Washington. Mr. Donald.
He's not here. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Eugene and Ann Reed.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good
Please go to the mic.
Eugene, this is my wife, Ann Reed, and excuse me if I put my name down because I thought it was you had to come in and log in. So I didn't come to speak to say I'm part of the neighborhood association, but since I'm here.
Oh, by the way, so it's 3 minutes, okay?
Oh,
3 minutes.
My issue is, and they'll explain it in detail, is the process in Paterson, okay? I have a neighbor who is having her garage and her property built on. Somebody somehow grabbed it and they wanted to build a home. Now, if the process worked the way it was supposed to work, the neighborhood should have been informed, letters should have went out, there should have been a formal meeting to discuss it. No formal meeting, no anything. People showed up, started cutting down trees, preparing to do their thing. I touched to Mr. McCoy. I called down to the city, to the mayor, to the building inspector, and here's the process. Hold on, sir. Oh, okay, after explaining it. Oh, well, I can't answer that question. 9 times I got transferred. Now, you know, I'm kind of confused and upset because how many people do I have to get transferred to get an answer? You know, so it's the process that's broken here in Paterson with everything. You know, you call down to your city to get an answer to a legitimate question, and there's nobody that's accountable. I'm going to yield my time to whoever's supposed to speak, but I just wanted to say that to y'all. And I'd like to have the board, the council, reject the contract or the permits for this person doing that until he does it the right way. Okay? Maybe he's got the land. Maybe it's his. It's legit. I don't know.
Okay.
But he blew the process. Thank you.
Okay, so I know that you're making a reference, and I think whoever's coming up is going to be more specific in terms, so that way, Mr. B.A., we can look into this property and the address, but let's continue, and then we'll get all the rest of the information. No, I know. Who's the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Vernon Neely.
Okay. So, Mr. Farrell, do you remember what number you were on the list? I thought you were the first. No, this is not how I could have. All right. After him, Madam Clerk, we're gonna have him speak first.
Okay.
Go ahead. Can you set the timer, please?
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say good evening, Madam President.
Good evening.
And council members. My name is Vernon A. Neely. My address is 81 Chatham Avenue in Paterson. This isn't the first time that I've been here.
Please bring the mic down. There you go.
This isn't the first time that I've been here. It's going on 7 years now that I've been to previous council meetings, and on Chatham Avenue, on the corner of Chatham Avenue and Burlington, there was a street that was supposed to go up into Totowa, but it stopped there. And I talked to Mr. Tony Bencherry, and he was director of the Shade and Tree Committee, I believe, in Paterson at one time, and he said that street was a paper street, and the trees along that area belong to the city of Paterson. I've been trying to have them cut those trees down because it's a danger to my property. About 3 weeks ago, when Paterson had that storm and the winds were like 50 to 60 miles an hour, those trees that are on that city property, they're dead. And it broke away and it fell into my yard, and it almost destroyed my garage, the side of the garage and my building. Those damages that were done, I blame the city for that because I've asked them to remove those trees since then. And what I've done here, I brought samples of the damages that was done to my property. It hit my garage and it just about almost tore it up. And I want to pass this around to the council and let them view it. And the council, city of Paterson is responsible for getting those branches off my property and fixing my garage, the gutters on the garage and everything.
Council President, if I may.
Corporation Counsel.
Sir, you would need to file a tort claim notice with the legal department, so any documents that you have will need to go to the legal department with the tort claim notice attached, and that is then forwarded to the city's insurance company, would then have 180 days to evaluate your claim. The council is not allowed to address that matter because it would be a matter for insurance.
Okay, well, like I said, this is about the 7th time I've been here in 7 years. And the former council had agreed to have those trees cut down. but they weren't cut down. And I want to know what the holdup was. During the 7 years, the council agreed to have it done, but it was never done. Now, whose fault is that?
Okay, so, one second.
And-
Are you done with?
One more thing.
Okay.
There are certain council members who were here when I came during the years that I came, and they also agreed to have those trees cut down.
Okay, so it's my understanding that the second word, Councilman Kalik.
Mr. Vernon, if you recall, about a year ago, I visited your house and the property,
Okay.
right? I reported to DPW as well. Mr. Rodriguez, Director, you have any recollection of the issue? Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Are we going to do anything about it, or
Okay,
what is
so,
going on?
okay, so in terms of damage and stuff, I'm looking at this here, and I'll probably just pass it on over so everyone can look at it. We can't really speak upon it. Through Corporation Counsel, you said that they can go and file a claim.
A tort claim notice, yes, with the law department.
Just look at this real quick. Just take a look at it, pass it on. I do want Corporation Counsel to look at it as well, all right?
Okay,
But we
well-
won't be able to make any comments.
All right, I'll do what the council suggests I
The
do.
Corporation Counsel?
Right, but I also have grandchildren who want to come over in the backyard and play, but they can't because those branches are there. And I don't want any of them to get hurt. So I just want to try to expedite this whole thing as quickly as possible and
Okay.
have those trees cut, please.
Okay, very well. Councilman, do you have Mr. Neely's number?
I believe I have it.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna address it,
All right,
okay?
thank you very much.
Thank you, Merry Christmas,
Council
Happy New
President.
Year.
Season's greetings to everyone.
Likewise.
All right, thank you.
Just wanted to address Mr. Neely's concern. Just for a point of clarity, I know that you mentioned, Brother Neely, I know you mentioned the council had approved it. And just for a point of clarity on the process, the council doesn't really have the authority to direct the members of the administration, meaning the DPW staff members. All of that comes directly from the administration, directly out of the mayor's office. And although the council may completely agree, meaning the city property should be taken care of, the council doesn't really have the authority, does not have the authority to direct the members or the workers of the administration. That comes directly from the administration, the mayor's office. So I want to make sure and urge you, I know Councilman Kalik will follow up and we'll continue to report it, but make sure you continue to follow up with the mayor's office to make sure that this is done. Because I would hate to see any members of your family get hurt foolishly because this is neglected.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Neely. I want to bring
Is that
Mr.
Mr.
Farrell, if you
Farrell?
can. And who are the three people that are speaking on behalf of? Please.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, he's,
Yes, I can have the names,
Okay,
Madam
I know.
President. Mr. Farrow is one.
if you can please, just quickly, please, put your name into the record.
A. Curtis Farrow.
I
Okay.
have that.
Mahmoud Tarawne.
I have that one.
I was told it was three.
Mahmoud.
Sharada Yoder.
Yes, I have that one.
Okay.
And Daphne Blancas Verhovsky.
Okay, thank you.
You got them? Okay, very good.
Yes, I do have them, yes.
Okay, just so you know, and you've been here before, I'm sure you have, 3 minutes per person, okay?
No problem.
Okay.
No problem. Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is a pleasure to stand before you wonderful, wonderful, beautiful public servants. I would say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. My name is A. Curtis Farrow. For those of you who don't know me, I am the executive producer of the world's most preeminent gospel event called McDonald's Gospel Fest. I have also been nominated for 14 Emmys. I have won 3. I am also the only American to set the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest gospel choir. I also produce and direct such wonderful Broadway musicals like Ain't Misbehavin', Sophisticated Ladies, Five Guys Named Mo, and many, many, many more. I get an opportunity to go around the globe and represent this beautiful city that we call Paterson. And many times people ask me, where do you live? I could really live anywhere I want, but I live in the most sensational neighborhood, the East Side neighborhood, right on East Side Park. And I proudly go around the world and tell everybody about this jewel, tell everybody about this unique community called East Side Neighborhood. I am also the president of the East Side Neighborhood Association, and I have to tell you that we have some of the best people in the world, and as you can see, we are diverse, and we love this neighborhood. Now, most of the homes that we all own, we were not here, we did not build them, but we have the heart, the soul of preserving this unique part of our wonderful community. I'm here today because I need your help. We, as the ESNA, East Side Neighborhood Association, we need your help to help us preserve our community, to help us preserve this unique part of Paterson. You know, I know the mayor had a theme, One Paterson, but in One Paterson, that means all of Paterson, that we're only as good as each ward. We're only as good as each other. So I am here today on behalf of the East Side Neighborhood Association to say that the permits that are being passed out that are not really taking in concern of preservation or preserving this unique community that we all live in, that we need your help. Every single council person here, I've seen you all, I know you all, we need your help to help us preserve the East Side Neighborhood Association. Tonight, we only have a few of them here, but everybody raise your hand. It's East Side. This is a few, but I want to tell you that I got more than 60 calls and texts today saying, Mr. Farrell, because of the holiday, I couldn't make it today, but I'll be at the next council meeting. We're here tonight because we want to work with you. We're not asking for you to give us anything. We're here to say, we need your help. We know how powerful it is to have you and us working together to preserve this wonderful community that we call the East Side Neighborhood. So please help us, and I will now yield my time.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you give me the address?
The address is 100 East 38th Street.
That's
39th Street.
That is the property that's in question.
That's the
Okay, corporation.
Well, that's the other side of it, but the property of the owner is 100, correct me if I'm wrong, East 38th Street. 39th Street, I'm sorry,
Okay.
39th Street.
100 East 39th Street. Mr.
Right.
BA, you got that?
The garage is on,
1 second.
East 38th Street, right behind the house.
All right. You're the one in the mic, so
Yes.
although they're speaking out, they're not, I need.
No problem.
I need
So
you to
the-
address, so you already said the address of
Come
the
up and give me
owner.
the right
What
address,
is the
please.
address of the property in question that is getting, what you said, passing of permits?
Yes, preservation, yes. go
What
ahead.
is the address?
100 East 39th Street is where we live, and the address behind it is on the 38th Street, which is 98-102, 38th Street. Right.
That's where the construction is happening, yes.
Okay, so Mr. BA, 98 dash,
101 perhaps.
101.
okay, come on, council?
Point of order.
Councilwoman. All right, Madam Clerk, can you have the next speaker?
Yes, Madam President. I think I do.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Is the next speaker Mr. Mahu? Yes.
Okay.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good
My
evening,
name is
sir.
Mahmoud Tarawne. I'm a civil engineer. I work for New York City. My basic job is doing all over road work, infrastructures, you name it, all type construction work for New York City. I have seen a lot. Simple stuff I have seen in such a communities like ours where we live. And just for the records, most of us or all of us fall in love with our houses, for our community, for multiple reasons. One most important reason is it's a historical district. For the look of it, for the character, for the feel of like back in the days and, you know, living the modern life in those houses. So I have seen the procedures that been followed in New York City, in historical districts, when it comes to doing any type of work, demolishing, new constructions, even like repairing a sidewalk. You have no idea how complicated it would be for any homeowner, not like somebody buying as an investor or whatever, just a homeowner, just to repair anything in his house. So it comes to the issue that we have here and we're dealing with, and our lovely neighbor came to have to deal with, is in fact the preserve have granted a permit for somebody. I'm not gonna go into what happened between the property, since it was 2 lots, and it's kind of complicated process that went through. What we hear today about is trying to stop this from happening in the future. Number one issue we see with the preserve is communication. There's no communication between us as an association, as a homeowners, as a neighborhoods, and the city or the preserve department. Couple of points to make things clear as per the website and the introduction about preserve is any type of issues in that matter should have been reviewed in a regular public meeting. I would like to know if that particular issue was heard and viewed in a public meeting or not, because it's, as it stated, it's a must. So if it's a must, why the homeowner wasn't there? Nobody notified her, nobody notified ISNA about it, nobody notified anybody about it. So couple of things we could maybe help out. I know this commission is a volunteer commission, and we can't ask a lot from a volunteer person. It's good they volunteer their time helping us. And as Mr. Farrow said, we need help from you guys trying to address these issues. So moving forward, not having to deal with such a things. Simple things, communication. We should communicate with each other. Commission, the Preserve Commission, has, let's say a specific rule. This word, like I'm quoting, it's a specific rule preserving the community. I don't feel they preserved anything. It's this, like one of the main rules they say, even doing construction as simple as replacing your window in a historical district, they say we advise a homeowner to look into the character of the entire area and how effectively that change can affect your neighborhoods and the historical district and all. I don't see how the preserve, so putting a brand new modern house right next to 100 years old.
Okay, I understand, but I apologize, but there is a time frame.
Sure.
If you could just wrap up your
I'm
last-
pretty much done. I'm just focusing on, like, there's a big gap between us as a community.
Your issue
as a preserve.
mainly is with the historic preservation.
Correct,
and- okay.
correct. All right, thank you so
You're
much, everybody.
making
Happy
notes of all
holiday.
this,
Thank you so
okay?
much.
And just so you know, you're on, it's, everything is being registered,
All right,
okay?
thank you so much, Michelle.
Thank you.
Council President.
One second, when the young lady gets, I'm gonna ask her to confirm the address, because what you're saying, that the address is incorrect,
So
I'm gonna have
the-
the young lady, okay, Madam Clerk, the next speaker?
Is that Ms. Sharida?
Sharida, close enough.
Okay.
Welcome.
Greetings to everyone. I'm a professor of English at Felician University, and this year my college and I won a $100,000 grant to establish the study of the humanities in what they call PRISM Paterson. So we established at Felician a minor and a certificate program that
I saw
focuses
that.
on that. I know, it's great.
Thank you.
But I'm here today to talk about this issue on East 38th Street. And I'm a resident of East 39th Street. Last year on East 38th Street, we were asked to hide our cars in our driveway because they were filming a movie on our street. And so they picked our street because the houses there are 90 to 100 years old. It's a very special place. And so we enjoyed hiding in our houses and watching the beautiful cars, the 1920s and 1930 cars, all up and down the street. But if this new house is built in the backyard of this neighborhood, it will change the appearance of the neighborhood. It will no longer be what it was. Then every house in the neighborhood that has a side lot or a back lot will be able to chop it up and build on it until this historic neighborhood is gone, and the East Side Manor section will look like Elmwood Park. So we can't have it both ways. We have to either protect what makes Paterson unique, and that attracts filmmakers, or we will lose it, and once lost, we can't get it back. This part of Paterson tells an important story of struggle, sacrifice, and success of the people of the past and present leaders of our town. Most of the original owners were businessmen who prospered in Paterson and went from workers to innovators and owners. They realized the American dream and made Paterson a symbol of elegance and hope. And over time, a succession of ethnic groups also moved in when they became successful. And so we had Anglo-Americans and Jewish Americans and African American, Arab Americans, Hispanic Americans. And if our neighborhood loses its history by having new houses perched in between all of the others, then that vital Paterson story of achievement and success is lost. It's a story that the landscape tells, that words can't. If that landscape is lost, we have only words, and words are not the same as what you can see. There used to be a Millionaire's Row on Broadway, but that's now gone, and we now have apartments and houses. I don't want that to happen to the historic area of East Side as well. The present preservation permit must be rescinded because it was issued without a site visit and without due diligence or regard for the integrity of the historic district of Paterson. It was treated like just another permit, and there was no community feedback from the neighborhood. The preservation rules themselves were in fact violated because the rules of preservation specifically say that the siting, the orientation, the size, the scale, and the rhythm of built and open spaces cannot be violated. And as you know, the East Side area is known for its large houses, wide lawns, towering trees. And the preservation stipulates that no historic buildings should be encroached or damaged or destroyed without an overwhelming public benefit. It's not fair that one private builder should be the only one to benefit, whereas the present and the future residents of this historic area will be the ones that will pay the price. This violates the neighborhood's historic character. It opens the door for more cut and paste houses squeezed between Paterson's irreplaceable historic homes, and the authentic stories of success and hope and achievement that these houses stand for will be lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
I think the next speaker is Ms. Verkowski. Yes.
Please put your name for the record. I can't hear.
Daphne Blanca Sverhovsky.
Okay, before you start speaking, can you please correct, what is the exact address?
The exact address in question is either 100-103 East 38th Street or 98-101 East 38th Street.
It can't be both odd or even. Council President, I have it on Google Maps.
Council President, let's not lose the essence of the conversation. What the conversation is, 2 lots of land running from East 39th to East 38th that has always operated as one contiguous property has now been separated. One has been sold with a proposal to build on it. That's the essence of what we have. The specific number of the street, I think we can wait to pick that up if we allow the speaker to conclude.
So Councilman McCoy, I'm the one that asked, because I specifically want to put on record what the address is of what we're questioning here. So we want to be able, so that way Corporation Council, Mr. B.A., they can look into it. So if we don't have the correct address, I mean, we're getting the message. So
Franco has the whole file.
John Franco? Okay, so.
He knows everything.
All right. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Daphne Blanca Sverhovsky, and I humbly stand before you. I'm representing my parents, Ibelis and Jose Navarro Blancas, as well as my sister Elaine, husband Gustavo, and my 4-year-old son, Michael. We all live at 100 East 39th Street.
behind the address that we're trying to figure out. I attended Loyola University Chicago and graduated with double majors and triple minors, focusing on history. And we are in desperate need of your help. The importance to preserve history hits home, and that's literally to us. We fell in love with a beautiful historic home that has 2 Inglenook fireplaces, 3 other antique fireplaces, Tiffany windows, and a beautiful original antique woodwork throughout the house, and its equally historic garage and captivating driveway. God blessed us with making this mesmerizing piece of art our home. And we welcomed it to our community of Paterson by opening its doors during the historical annual house tour. Part of what we considered home was our backyard. It's given me access to bring my groceries and heavy stroller from the car. It's helped keep my family and baby warm during winter, avoiding a long walk from the car. We have maintained the property, cutting the grass. We have cleaned out the garage of that property, which was in really bad shape. We also refreshed our home's character by painting and renewing the fence surrounding the house, as well as that yard. We consider our yard part of our home. And if we would have received an opportunity to purchase it, we would have immediately. Please help us find a solution to maintain our historical home intact, which reminds me of a museum, and it's our treasure. And as I said before, we've opened our doors to everyone. If another home is built on what we already consider our home, its charm would be completely gone. Please hear our united voices and help us. Our home is over 100 years old and is more than a monument to Paterson. Today we stand united and plead for your help to allow us to maintain them. Please help us with our neighbors' quality, not quantity. Please don't let these people that only think about money and don't even live here ruin our everyday surroundings. It would be very painful to explain to my 4-year-old little baby that his yard will become another completely different house. He actually loves it, considers it his little soccer field, his little playground, and it's his highlight. He calls it his giant house. And explaining that to him would be really frustrating. And not only does it break our hearts, but it also affects us physically. Since my mom and sister have respiratory issues, and they use special machines to assist them to breathe. My mom, for instance, when she sleeps, she stops breathing a few times, so she needs these machines. So you can imagine if a demolition and a construction would happen in our yard. And I really fear for the worst, and that's why I'm begging you to please help us stop this demolition and construction, because it can be really detrimental to us. And we are here asking for all of your help, Council President and Councilwomen and men, to please, please, please help us find a solution. I have faith and I believe in God that united we can come up with something and help stop this demolition and construction. Thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So, first and foremost, I want to thank all of the members of the East Side Neighborhood Association for coming out in unison. It is vitally important that you remain as a collective in order to see the results that you look to yield. But today is a very strong lesson that's being played out today. And with the lesson that I get is that there's members in our community, volumes on, that have been subjected to things, circumstances like this for far too long. And I'm sure, because I know quite a few of you, none of you feel as if you're any better than any other resident throughout the rest of the city. So, for the last several years, a young lady came before this council numerous occasions in a collective as well with her neighborhood people from Atlantic Street. And she cried and cried because a building was constructed illegally without permits,
and it was allowed to remain. In fact, it's still standing now. This council stands in agreement. I know I can speak for myself. This will be a tragedy. Now, you made a comment a moment ago in regard to volunteer board members and the fact that I believe it was the gentleman, he may have stepped out. But there is no such thing. If you decide to take on the accountability, the responsibility to sit on the board, you are ultimately accountable for that. And this board, if this council is the appointing body or the administration, because let's have a clear understanding. What I like to do is try to educate the members of our public on who's responsible for what. There's two boards. There's a planning board, which the entire body is appointed by the mayor. There's a board of zoning board of adjustments. Each member of the council has an appointee. So ultimately, whoever appoints those people who are acting irresponsibly is accountable. The last thing I want to make note of, before anyone can build anything in this city, the first person you must see is the zoning officer. This administration hired a zoning officer who first and foremost went against the residency policy, doesn't have the required qualifications, over a gentleman who's been employed by the city for 20 plus years, who's a licensed
Councilman
architect.
Jackson, I apologize if we're going into personnel.
Okay. I'm sorry? The zoning officer is accountable and responsible for making a decision before anyone can break ground. So if someone was given permission to dig, to put a shovel in the ground, it starts in that office. And that office answers to the mayor and the administration. First and foremost, this council, we make many pleas. I've recommended, in fact, I've been in contact with the Corporation Counsel's office to change the ordinance to demand if anyone does any illegal construction in the city, it must come down. There is no such thing to give an employee of the city the authority to go back in and say, well, you know what, we'll let this one stand, because that employee doesn't live here either. We have individuals who are making vital decisions and they don't live here.
Okay.
I'll wrap it up, Council President, because I'm the councilman of the first ward, and I believe I advocate extremely hard. I fight extremely hard for my constituents. And it was recently said publicly that I'm against low-income housing. Yeah, if you're going to put 28, 24 units with no parking, directed at one segment of the population that's being imported into my community, I have families and residents who live in my community as well. So just because you're on the east side doesn't mean you're any better than those residents on the north side. We're entitled to the same things. We're entitled to a quality of life that we all shouldn't be subjected to anything less. So I stand in unison with you, as I will stand with the residents of my neighborhood. Because no one should be able to come in here and build whatever the hell they want to just because they want to do it because they have so much money. That's not how things work. So I urge you all, your next stop is on the second floor, because accountability starts on that floor. If someone works for this community, works for this city, they answer to the mayor. If it's happening, it's because it went through the mayor's office. That's the real answer to the question. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. Councilman McCoy, and then we're going to move to the next speaker.
Council President, clearly this is a real critically important issue. It's one that's been going on for a very, very long time. And whereas we won't be able to exhaust all of the issues tonight, I am the councilman of the 3rd Ward, and I can recall this conversation happening maybe 10 years ago. This property is 2 properties that operated as one, as I said, and the new owners of the property came with the expectation that they would be able to acquire the second lot because it was not a buildable lot, given that it was in a historic district and it was adjacent and tied into their property, meaning their garage is on the second lot. So they were under the assumption that nothing could go there, and ultimately they would be able to acquire the property. I believe there was a confluence of issues that went on, including a tax lien and a tax sale, that the second lot was transferred to an independent owner. And I think we made a mistake in how we assess and apply the rules to that second lot, so that the neighbors were never notified what was actually happening. And whereas we can tell them the technicality as to why, I think as a good neighbor and as a good partner, Paterson should have communicated to the residents and the neighbors what was actually going on, even before any consideration was given to a building permit. They woke up to jackhammers tearing down the garage and chainsaws cutting down trees that have been there in that landscape for a very, very long time. The one testimony that we gave, I found it rather poignant. She describes that words sometimes are inadequate to describe what is happening, but the landscape speaks louder than words. And so I believe that, and the landscape has been wounded. This community has been impacted. The family now, if this is able to stand, will no longer have access to their property from a driveway standpoint, vehicular standpoint. They will not be able to drive up to their door and unload their groceries as every normal person would do or would expect to do. And I join in their appeal. While I understand the technicalities that brought us to this point, our community cannot just be relegated to the pluses and minuses of happenstance. What went wrong in the beginning is wrong now, and I think it needs to be corrected, and we should look to find a way to correct it, because the opportunity that would be lost in this property will not only just be lost for the current occupants, it'll be lost for generations to come. And once you change the character of a neighborhood, you can never get that back. Everybody in that neighborhood, everyone in that neighborhood bought into and bought a piece of each of those properties. That's the reason why they came. That's the reason why it works. That's the reason why they're successful. You begin to tear that apart, and you lose the heart and the soul of the neighborhood. So I'm going to encourage the administration once again to look at this issue. I will be convening a meeting with the Eastside Neighborhood Association and the neighbors, with Historic Preservation, bring representatives from the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board to have a fuller, robust, more personal and intimate conversation about what actually happened. But I think on this macro level, we need to make sure that it's clear to the administration. Our appeal is, let's do whatever we can in our power to fix this. It can't just be about, making a profit and profiteering off of everyone else's misery. That doesn't work for us. It's not a part of our character. It's not who we are. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
1 second. Councilman
Council President, this is, Council President just gave me the floor. So to the residents, this is not my ward, but I'm going to tell you something that happened very similar to my family, and this is how I got started in politics. The house next door of mine, I woke up to bulldozers and everything shaking the house. And I'm going to tell the residents something that what we did, and we fought that project next door to our house and got the space that we needed. I know you're coming here, plead to us, but protect your investment. Call an attorney. Have your attorney get the paperwork ready. Do not depend on the city or the government officials. This is something that you guys shed your blood, tears for your own home. Have an attorney come in there, file injunction in court, stop the work permits, stop everything. And then let us do that. I'm telling you, we did this next door to my house. They were putting cinder blocks ready to cover my bedroom window. The city approved them to build on the property line where our house sat on the property line, where we couldn't even get out. I was 19 years old. That's how I got my start in politics. Very similar situation. So we're going to fight here. We're going to stand with you, but don't depend on us. This is your investment at the end of the day. This is your money. Pull your money together, get a lawyer. You find one loophole in that application. You find one loophole that the city messed up on. That construction worker is going to stop. Because if he continues working and the judge tells him knock it down, he has to knock it down. And I went through this back in about 10 years ago. So we're going to work. The councilman, you got a councilman that's going to fight for you. The administration needs to go look into it, but do not wait. Because if it doesn't work out your way, that thing goes up, it's too late. Pull your money together, get a lawyer. They're going to find a loophole somewhere. They're going to go to the county, the judge will put a stop to that project, and then, in our case, the next door neighbor said, you know what, we don't want this fight. Sold the property to someone else, to a person that was a good developer, met with the neighbors, and it addressed us because he didn't want to go to court, didn't want to deal with that. We called OSHA. We stopped them for plants being grown. Any little thing, we did it, but we took it in our own hands. We hired a lawyer. And please, that's the only thing I want to say.
Thank
I know
you.
your councilman's going to fight for you, but it's your investment. Protect your investment.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Yeah, Mr. Corey Teague is the next person.
Okay. Good evening,
Good
council
evening.
members. I want to wish everyone happy holidays. To Council President Davila, I know that this had to be a very special presentation, being at the storm that you just came through, and I'm glad that you're here, that you're still here. Just like you said earlier, you're alive, you feel blessed.
Thank you.
Also, we have another birthday. We have a birthday girl up here, Councilwoman Mims. Her birthday is next Friday, the 27th, be the big 5-0.
Thank you.
All right. And in all fairness, let me do this real quick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dr. Mims. And may God bless you. All right. Thank you. All right. Now we got that out of the way. To the residents of Paterson, I want to thank you once again for your vote of confidence. But I want to say this. There are two very important meetings coming up in the Paterson School District in relation to the future of our district, literally. Wednesday, January 22nd, and Wednesday, January 29th. Wednesday, January 22nd's meeting will be held at Eastside High School, and the 29th will be held at JFK. I know you're probably wondering, what meeting is he talking about? What we're talking about is the 2020 school budget. We are facing a budget fall, or a budget deficit of probably $64 million in the next school year. And there are a series of community forums. The superintendent that we have now operates differently in that she wants to bring the community and the stakeholders out early to be able to see what's being done and to ask the important questions that need to be asked in terms of the budget and where we go. We already see classrooms that are overcrowded. We already see so many dysfunctions within some of the operations because of the budget deficit that we have now. We received $5.1 million from the state, and they're still trying to debate as to whether or not it's going to go to the teachers or administrators or what have you. But we need to really make sure we're there as parents to fight for our kids and make sure the money goes to our children. So I wanted to come up here and announce those dates early because I understand there's a lot of single parents, there's a lot of working parents, and it's hard to just change your schedule at the last minute. So I'm urging you now to start getting your January work schedules together. Whatever you need to do, jot some things around so that you can attend one of these meetings or both of these meetings, because it's going to be vitally important. The information that you submit to the superintendent through questions, through comments, they're going to record that information, and they're going to use it in the process as the board begins to discuss the budget going forward. They already know where I stand. The budget has to reflect a thorough and efficient education for our children in order for me to vote for it. They already know that. But in that same regard, I want to bring the community out, because that's where it really comes at. That's where they really listen. When they see a crowd of parents there, making their demands and asking their questions, that's when things get done. So I'm encouraging you, please come out. January 22nd, Eastside, January 29th, JFK. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Mr. Robert Marshall. Is he here?
Not here. Next speaker,
Next
Madam
person,
Clerk?
Aziz Rahman.
Aziz Rahman.
Good evening, everybody. How are you?
Please speak louder.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, my name is Aziz Rahman. I'm from the Second Ward and from Ryerson Avenue. I'm here for, I was here a few weeks ago regarding the Paterson sewer bills and raise tax that's going to be happening soon, I think starting next year, or already probably happened, I'm not sure. But my concern was that when we were here a few weeks ago, we had some questions that what's going to be happening with the high raise sewer bill. We didn't get any answers, or we don't know what's happening. So I'm here to find out, is there anything that all the council board members have done, or what's happening? We are also supposed to have a meeting with the mayor. He promised us a town hall meeting. This has never happened either. He was here a few weeks ago. The BA wasn't, I think this gentleman wasn't here on November 26th. But the mayor promised us a town hall meeting. This has never happened either. So I don't know exactly what's happening in Paterson, and people are being promised certain things and nothing's getting done. Now the sewer bill is a big issue with not only me specifically, but to all residents of Patersons, because this is not exactly being explained how this is being raised and how they came up with this percentage, and it's not being even capped because they kept it as an open. So if you keep it as an open, people can be billed anywhere from $500 to could be $1,000 depending on their property or depending on their house. Now, I know every house is different, single houses differently, and multiple, if you have multi-family house, that's different, billed differently. Now I know this year, a lot of people have paid their bills already. Like myself, I have paid my bill already, beginning of the year. Now I got billed again, almost $500. So what happens to my bill that I already paid? And now I got billed again, end of the year, another almost $500. So I'm paying bill more than $800 bill, or almost $900. The year even is not finished yet. So my concern too is that what is the calculation, and how did they come up with, and what percentage are we being billed for? This was the question was asked on November 26th to BA, and I don't think we got any answers toward that. Another thing that we found out that we know that, and I'm sure a lot of the board members and the councilwomen and men, you guys are aware that our neighborhood town, they use our Paterson sewer lines. Now I know they owe us a lot of bills, a lot of money. Are they being part of these bills also? Or we the only one getting penalized for this? Because I feel like our neighbors are not being responsible for these bills. We are the only one being responsible for this. And we are getting penalized because even some of us have paid, now we are being double the bills. I'm sorry, I know my time is over. I need one more minute, please. Now, I know you guys know this, that St. Joseph Hospital, I mentioned this last time before, they owe us more than or almost $800,000. Now, all this money that has been out there, laid out there, my question to the BA is this money being collected? And if they are, why are we, as a residents, getting all these bills? We should get certain amount of bill, or get a percentage, get an explained bill, not just bombarded with us with a whole lot of bills and get it almost end of the year. Now,
Okay, sir, I apologize. We have a very long agenda, and we have not really gotten into it. So you've put all your points. Again, they're recorded. Mr. BA, there's been a lot of questions asked. There's been statements made. I don't know the accuracy of some of the things he's saying. but he is addressing you, and he is correct in saying the last time he was here, you were not here, and he did address these issues, as well as the mayor did say he was going to be doing a town hall meeting to address some of the issues.
Yes.
Specifically about the sewer bills. So if you can briefly, or I don't know if you want to do sidebar, however you want to address it, I really would like to move expeditiously.
So I will say, I don't know where the mayor is with his town hall. It was only 2 weeks ago. It was November 26th. So I would say, got to give him a little bit more time, for the town hall.
Yeah, I understand, sir.
Sir, there's no rebuttal. He's gonna.
I'm answering your question. On the St. Joe's, I don't know what you're referring to, the taxes, or if you're referring to the water. I'm not sure what you're referring to. So when you say St. Joe's owes us money.
Joseph Hospital, I'm referring to sewer bills.
Okay. Well, everybody owes us money on the sewer, so I don't want to get into any details about a particular customer's bill, but believe me, if they owe us money, we're going to try to collect it. On the tributary of the surrounding towns, there are a few towns that do owe us money, and we're actively pursuing agreements with those towns, but it may not be as much as you think in terms of how the connection works. Lastly, we are doing an analysis on audit of the sewer rate. We've been working, we had some discussions with the Finance Committee and the Finance Chair and the Council. We've engaged a firm that will help us to determine whether the rate that we have is correct. And if it is, we'll proceed accordingly. If it is not, perhaps there will be some adjustments. And I do know personally, I met with a resident last week and walked through his entire bill with him. Sat in my office and walked through, and at the end of the conversation, he understood that he wasn't overbilled, he wasn't misbilled, he understood his bill. So perhaps if you want to come to my office and you want to bring your stuff, I'll sit down with you as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ahmed, please make sure that you take him up. Councilman, we don't have quorum. Please share numbers, okay? All right, Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Ahmed. Is Mr.
No, he already. No, what's the first name?
Zakirul, Zakirul. That's you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Respected Patersonian, Honorable Councilman, thank you and Happy Christmas. Today is the big issue in Paterson, the sewer bill. Our bill is hurting our community, hurting our resident. It's a very big issue. Please, everything. Before Aziz Bhai, he told everything. I don't want to explain again. Please, our councilman and honorable mayor, please take immediate action about the sewer bill. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Walter Staten. Walter?
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here still about my streets. We talked about it last year. 40th Street was supposed to be repaved this year.
Can you speak a little louder, because I could barely hear you?
I have a bad. I'm trying to get out. Last year when I was here.
Officer, can you please make sure that it's a little loud for me, so I'm having a problem hearing the gentleman.
Like I said, last year I was here about East 40th Street being paved. I looked a couple weeks ago, and Ward 2, they repaved everything on the south side. They didn't do nothing on the east side. Not one street got paved.
Paved.
On my side of 38th, 39th, 40th of 11th Avenue. Them streets got holes in it bigger than vultures. They came out and looked at them and said, yes, they're definitely going to get paved next year, Mr. Staten.
You said off of 11th Ave, right? East
Off
38th,
11th
39th, 40th?
To Route 20, all of them towards Route 20.
To the left.
And none of them got paved. at all. And here it is, another winter. We're going through the same thing, potholes, dodging holes, everything, for no reason at all. I don't understand it. You know, and like I said, look at the second ward, every street over there didn't even need paved, got paved.
So Mr. BA, I'm sure that you're making notes, Corporation Council as well, about the East 38th, 39th, and 40th. I mean, this is not the first time that this has been discussed.
Right.
Okay. I actually have a few constituents, very close family members who live off of 11th Ave and who constantly call me, and I'm like, we need to, you know, address the administration with that. So,
It's not just to the left, it's to the right too, going towards Broadway.
right.
Right, towards Broadway, from coming off of.
Listen,
coming
that's
off-
throughout the entire city as well. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the other, but I do understand what
You
you're
know,
saying.
but I'm just saying that, you know, they did, they even did Madison, I mean, not Madison, 33rd. And they stopped right there.
All right, so are you done? So Mr. BA can just address
Yeah.
quickly? Okay.
Council President.
Mr. BA?
I mean, there is a list, Mr. Staton, of streets, you know, getting paved. You know, I don't, you know, prioritize that list. I leave that to the professionals. Mr. Rodriguez is there, the engineer. They come up with the list of streets that need to be paved and when. And I'm sure there's some criteria that they use in order to make those determinations. So I would suggest the director is here. Perhaps you should discuss with him those specific streets and see when and if they're on the list to be paved, and if not, why not? I do know Mr. Margaron provided a list of streets recently of streets that would be paved. So I mean, perhaps your street is on there. I just don't know. But I think you should, you know, talk to Mr. Rodriguez, who's there. And unfortunately, Mr. Staton, you know, there are a lot of streets in the city that need to be paved. And if you live on that street, you want that street to be paved more than any other street. And we can't pave all the streets all the time for everybody. So there's a process. And I don't know where your street is in the process or what extenuating circumstances may exist. But the good thing is we do have a road surfacing program, and streets are getting paved, and hopefully sooner rather than later we get to your street.
Okay, because
Okay.
I heard that last year.
And the year before, and the year before.
Continue hearing.
No, and it
Council,
take,
okay.
but these road resurfacing programs, they can take 5 years, they can take 6 years.
Council-
It can take-
Council-
One minute,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Mims.
So just to clarify, it's true, you want the street repaved, and I agree it needs to be repaved,
Right.
but the potholes have been filled. I'm there every day, my mom lives right where you live, so the street is filled, it's not like Crater City where there's some other areas. It has been filled, it's done, and we have to also understand that we're now in the winter time, so it's a good thing to request, but this is not the season to do repaving, because the asphalt won't stick during this time, and plus the cost of asphalt is higher. But the street is filled, there's no holes there. I was there today, and I made sure DPW has filled those holes in those areas. So the repaving has been a request to add to the list, but the potholes are filled. And I'll be on top of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Council President, just for him. You know, well, we have the list here of what the streets are gonna be repaved, and I remember sitting here, Mr. Walters, for 2 years or 3 years before I got any street that I requested to get paved. So it is a process, and I'm not sure, but what I'm doing now is I'm going over these lists, and I'm visiting each one of these blocks to make sure that these streets really need paved. That's what just satisfied me, to make sure that some of these streets are not getting paved that do not need to get paved. As bad as some of the streets that we know, like 39th Street, I know is bad, or my street, Montgomery Street, is so bad so that's what I'm doing. And I have the list here for you, so it's a process, Mr. Walters.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Mr. Elvis Durham. Elvis,
He went outside. Oh, there you go.
he's right there.
Mr. Elvis Dorr, 283 Broadway,
fourth ward. Yeah, best ward. I came here to say a lot of things. We got a lot of things about to come up in the city of Paterson. But before I get into it, I was looking for the media to be here. But they off today, right?
No, they're not off.
They not here? They here?
What media are you
why are
talking
we
about?
council?
Patterson Times?
Who are you talking about?
Patterson Times not here?
Who?
Patterson Times. But anyway, I hope they can hear me. Patterson Times is a bootleg media. They write stuff about Patterson that's not accurate. That's not the truth. And they attack African American people. And I'm gonna say this once, and that's it. Enough is enough. I used to work for a media, and I could always come back with my media. We about to get into a new era in the city of Paterson. If you look around, right now we got 25,000 people watching us. Paterson people, I'm talking to the people out here on TV land. If you drive around Paterson, you will see the difference. Come in the downtown area. Right across the street from City Hall, on Washington Street side, we got brand new apartments that's about to open up in 2020. Brand spanking new, owned by Floria. Also, on Main Street, do y'all know where US 1 discount at? On Main Street, brand new apartments on top. So this is the new era of Paterson. We all gotta be on one accord. You could like me, you can hate me, respect me, because I'm a part of the new era. Also, I want to say this. We also on Ward Street, WARD, right across the street from the YWCA. We're about to break ground. We're knocking that old parking garage down, building a brand spanking new garage. Downstairs, retail stores, restaurant. Right next to it, a brand new apartment building. This is the new era for the downtown area. Not even speaking what's about to happen on the fourth ward, where I'm from. Brand new apartments, new restaurants. The first ward, new apartments. So what I'm trying to say is, we all got to get on one accord. Paterson Times, get with the program, or leave my city. I'm not talking just for me. I'm talking for the people in the city of Paterson. So, what else I could say? I just want to say thank you to Councilman Michael Jackson for coming to my Mega Fest. I also want to say thank you to Ruby Cotton, always supporting me. And Lisa Mims, I want to say this. The event that you put on every year for the Christmas event, continue to do that. This city is on a comeback. We need entertainment. We need more events. Thank you to Bill McCall for always doing events. And Marissa Daria, thank you for being you. God bless you, and peace.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker is Mr. Emmanuel Capers.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Freeman. Cameron Freeman.
Is Mr. Freeman the last speaker?
Yes, last but not least.
He's always closing it out. That don't mean you get extra.
I know that. I'm not going to speak long. Actually, I was going to speak short, but then the East Side Association people came. Kimmy Freeman, 3rd Ward. I belong to the East Side Neighborhood Association. My house is 2 blocks away from this property. Also, when I was a media reader for public service, this was my route. I've been in every single one of those houses on Manor Drive and East Park Ave. The lady that sold the thing used to always give me cookies and stuff when I was a teenager. So I'm very familiar with this property. I'm shocked and amazed. As you know, I work for developers. I go to every single planning and Board of Adjustment meetings for the past year and a half, and I've learned a lot. I've seen Councilman Velez there. I've seen you, Council President, there. Councilman Khalik is always there representing the second ward. Nothing goes in that ward and he brings objectors to this. I see Mike. I just saw Mike last night at the planning meeting. I'm glad that my councilman, third ward councilman, and he's getting better, I have offered my assistance in this manner. I've also told Brother Farrell, who's the president of this Eastside Association. He's also a friend of my aunt, the former mayor, Jamie Williams. I'm going to get on this, whether nobody else does. I know the processes of how the Board of Adjustment works. You have to notify the residents. You have to go through a process. I know the application process. I know the whole thing. I'm there at every meeting till the end. And I learned a lot. I even advise against some of my developers, like, look, you know, if you do this, it's going to be a problem. And they take heed to what I say, because there's probably not too many people in Paterson that knows Paterson the way I do. I've been here 58 years. I just turned 60. I came here in 1962. I've seen the Fourth Ward change. My grandparents lived in the First Ward for over 50 years. I've lived in the First Ward. I've lived in the Third Ward now for 21 years. And eventually, I will probably be a small-scale developer when it's all said and done. Our people need housing. Our city needs development. And I'm the #1 fan of that. But when you come into the historic district of Eastside Park, and this park is one of the most, I've been all over the United States and the world. We have something special at Eastside Park. Those houses that are around Eastside Park, and I've been in every single one of them. That was my route for 11 years. I knew the lady that sold that property. So you will probably find out what I'm going to do when I go to this Board of Adjustment meeting. I just talked to one of the commissioners. This has not gone in front of the Board of Adjustment yet. I don't know what kind of shenanigans happened with the sale of it and whatever, but I'm going to probably see Mr. Farrell probably during this week, if I have to go to his house, and we will sit down and discuss a strategy. Also, when...
Freeman, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa.
Thank you so much.
Feliz Año Nuevo.
Right. Yeah.
I look forward to 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
Thank you all.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Madam Clerk?
There's no one else on the public
Can I have a
portion.
motion to close the public portion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. A roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Khan? Councilman Jackson? Councilman Khalid? Councilman McCoy? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Public portion is now closed.
Okay, very well.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
Yes, Council President. I know that I don't want to belittle this a little longer, the meeting, but in the beginning of the meeting and the presentation that we did, the choir did a great job. And,
They did a wonderful job.
And we want to give you the second part. So it came a little bit late. That's why we didn't have the chance to present it at that time. So I will please tell Councilman Flavio Rivera, Joel Ramirez, and the remaining of the gentlemen out there, and the gentleman here sitting, we want to give you this present.
Oh.
This is a man gift.
Oh, thank you so much.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Happy birthday in behalf of the whole entire council.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, everyone, council members, smooches, thank you.
want to pick it up.
Point of order.
You just read it? Oh, point of order.
Point of order. Yeah, thank you.
No, I want it right by me. Beautiful flowers. Oh, the public, you want the public to see? Councilman, can you put it over there? On the side over there, by by Councilman Velez, over there in that corner. I appreciate it, council members. You guys have made this day very special.
Thank
We
you.
started early as, Commissioner Nieves, I want to thank you as well, and Commissioner Abreu, who's right out the door. But to all my colleagues, thank you for starting the celebration. My birthday is Thursday, December 19th. Okay, so I look forward to all those other presents that are coming my way on my day.
Council President, I just want to
Yes,
let you know
Councilman
that this is an initiative from Councilman Jackson, Councilman McCoy, Councilman Mr.
Abdelaziz?
Abdelaziz from the 6th Ward, the one is growing now. Councilman Shahid Khalik, and Nieves, and Joel Ramirez, and it's a men thing. I don't know, we got like many. Flavio Rivera also too, and myself.
Well, I truly appreciate it. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you to everyone that, partook in it, and even those that didn't. I love you all. So let's continue with our agenda. Council members, so we all have discussed thoroughly the items that are for second reading. Each one has a public hearing, so we're going to move forward quickly. The director's looking at me, shaking his head. I don't know, maybe I'll take your items last. What do you think?
That would be good.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, we're going to start with the second reading ordinances, item number 1.
Yes, Madam President. Next items on the agenda is the second reading ordinances. Item number 1, public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone in Lafayette Street between Rosa Parks Boulevard and East 16th Street, Public Works Ordinance 19053. There a motion?
Moved by Councilman McCoy, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open for item number 1.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Moved to close by Councilman Abdelaziz and second by Councilman Khalik. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
This should be quick, guys.
Councilman Velez is recusing himself from item number 1. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is hereby closed for item number 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 1 for approval.
Right. Roll call in item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Let the record reflect that Councilman Velez had recused himself from item number 1. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent, and let the record reflect that Councilman Velez had recused himself from item number 1. Therefore, item number 1 is adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 2.
Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance repealing establishment of handicapped parking spaces on county roads, 427 Crooks Avenue, 605 Madison Avenue, 70 Preakness Ave, 48 Lafayette Street, 933 Madison Avenue, and 270 Preakness Ave. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 19054.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Khalik. The public hearing is now open for item number 2.
So you don't want to move to close?
Moved to close by Councilman Velez,
Second.
second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2 on second reading.
Yes, roll call to close the public hearing for item number 2. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed for item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 2 for approval.
Roll call in item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy? Councilman Mims? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 3.
Next item is item number 3 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces on county roads, 273 Fifth Avenue, 489 East 18th Street, 626 Madison Avenue, and 601 Market Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 19055.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. The public hearing is now open for item number 3.
See no one move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 3.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 3, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is hereby closed for item number 3.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 3 for approval.
Yes, roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Next item is item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces on county roads, 106 Lafayette Street and 308 Madison Avenue, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 19056.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open on item number 4.
See no one move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Velez,
Second.
second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4.
Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 4. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed on item number 4.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 4 for second reading approval.
Roll call on item number 4 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 5.
Next item is item number 5 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of Park Avenue and East 27th Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 19057.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open on item number 5.
See no one move to close.
Moved to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 5.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 5, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed for item number 5.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 5 for second reading approval.
Yes. Roll call on item number 5 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
I've seen this always stop control work on Trenton Avenue. The residents are ecstatic, so Councilman Velez, the residents on Park Ave are going to be very, very happy. It helps out the pedestrians and the traffic in that area, so I commend you for looking out for them. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Before I vote, I concur with Councilman of the 6th Ward. But Director, I made an attempt this evening. I was talking to our technical assistance agents. I have not been able to draft an email with you and Mr. Hung Chow collectively on it. I would like to follow up with you again on the 4-way stops requested on North 7th, Clinton and Jefferson, yes, we had another accident there, as well as, I reached out to Mr. Hungchild directly, Van Houten Street, there was another pedestrian struck. There was a woman and her daughter was struck earlier this year, and another pedestrian was seriously struck by a vehicle that's traveling at a rapid pace of speed. That's Van Houten and Cianci. Van Houten and Cianci. I'm sorry? My vote?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Your vote is yes. Thanks, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 5 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 6.
Next item is item number 6 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Park Avenue and East 29th Street, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 19058.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open on item number 6.
So you don't want to move to close?
Moved to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. I was reading your mind. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 6.
Yes, Madam. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 6, Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims. Yes. Councilman Rivera.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
I didn't saw him here.
Velez.
Yes. Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing is hereby closed on item number 6.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 6 for approval.
Yes.
On second
Roll
reading.
call on item number 6 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims. Yes. Councilman Rivera. Yes. Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, I just want to commend the residents of that, specifically that corner, Jaylene Thomas, that live in 440 Park Avenue, and she recorded all the accidents there. And there was more accidents in a lot of Park Avenue. And also, thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. I know you share my vision on this. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 6 is hereby adopted on second reading. Number 7?
Next item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Mr. President. Next item is item number 7 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. This is a little lengthy. Bear with me, it's a long list. I have to read it. 510 11th Avenue, 148 16th Avenue, 71 18th Ave, 31 19th Ave, 164 22nd Street, 210 East 22nd Street, 161 East 23rd Street, 1661 East 23rd Street, 737 East 23rd Street, 247 East 25th Street, 185 East 26th Street, 283 Atlantic Street, 194 Beach Street, 94 Bloomfield Avenue, 90 Carbon Street, 58 Chestnut Street, 49 Clark Street, 103 Danforth Avenue, 81 Dixon Avenue, 448 Getty Avenue, 126 Gold Avenue, 32 Highland Street, 4 Jane Street, 74 Jasper Street, 55 Manchester Avenue, 174 Michigan Ave, 161 Mill Street, 127 North 2nd Street, 109 North 6th Street, 33 North York Street, 119 Putnam Street, 30 Ryerson Avenue, 97 Sheridan Ave, 32 Sherman Avenue, 58 Sherman Avenue, 236 Union Avenue, 187 Walnut Street, and 151 Warren Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 19059. May I have a motion?
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, the public hearing, Mr. President. A public hearing is required for this.
Okay, very good. Public hearing now open.
Move to close, Paul.
Move to close by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 7. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearing is hereby closed on item number 7.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call on item number 7 for second reading. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 8 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. And this is a lengthy one, too. Just bear with me. And the streets are 432 Buffalo Avenue, 453 Buffalo Avenue, 26 Goshen Street, 115 Maple Street, 90 Marshall Street, 29 Montclair Avenue, 65 Montclair Ave, 87 Eagle Street, 74 Paterson Ave, 456 Paxton Street, 485 Rosa Parks Boulevard, and 485 Rosa Parks Boulevard. 85 Sheridan Ave, 125 Sheridan Ave, 24 Sherman Avenue, 420 Sussex Street, 304 Totowa Ave, 332 Totowa Ave, 135 Walnut Street, 212, Walnut Street, 245 Walnut Street, 18 Ward Street, 116 Wayne Ave, 118 Wayne Avenue, 20 17th Ave, 77 17th Ave, 28 Angela Lane, 156 Straight Street, 346 Sussex Street, 495 East 29th Street, 365 12th Avenue, 188-200 21st Ave, 157 Liberty Street, 70 Jasper Street, 81 Beach Street, 11-27 16th Avenue, 10 Sealy Street, 46 Knickerbocker Avenue, 681 East 28th Street, 21 Montclair Ave, 1054 East 22nd Street, 788 East 23rd Street, 712 East 27th Street, 650 East 28th Street, 330 East 33rd Street, 649 East 33rd Street, 490 East 36th Street, 490 Park Avenue, 83 Needle Street, Department of Public Works, and ordinance number 190060. May I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilman Kalik.
Public hearing is required on this.
Public hearing now open.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 8. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed for item number 8.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. on the,
Yes, roll call on item number 8 for second reading. Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
You know, I'm going to vote on this because there's a need, but the state had to do something the same way that they restricted the open handicap plaque. Remember, now they have a expire and month and everything on it. They had to revise this, the requirement, because trust me, there's a lot of handicaps, and it's not saying that all of them that have that problems, but I'm seeing individuals that drive trucks with a handicap plaque. And it's like it's not matching with the Disability Act. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman, you have to keep in mind that people, there's various reasons why people have handicap placards. I had a young lady who's been assisting me for many years, and I questioned her, what are you doing with a handicap? And she let me know she has a heart condition. And it's something I would never have expected, but you know, it is a handicap worthy reason for having a handicap placard. I think the real issue that needs to be addressed is the deficiency of parking throughout the entire city. So people now feel the need, in order to gain themselves guarantee themselves a parking space, they're applying for these handicap placards, and we have to address this on a council-wide level, because these projects that's being approved and projects that's being brought forward with no parking spaces, that's short 20 parking spaces, short 50, 40 parking spaces. As long as we continue to do that, and it's always going to be, the deficiency for parking is going to continue to grow. So people are going to keep, coming forward, even though some people may be handicapped, but they might forego the opportunity for a handicap placard until they got to walk 3 blocks to park. Anyway, Madam Clerk, I appreciate your patience. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Council President. Yeah, when she finishes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 8 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Yeah, Council President. And the reason I brought up the driver, the truck driver, the requirement commercial license is that you have to have good health condition. It's a federal requirement to have a commercial license. So I know this particular individual that is a truck driver.
Understood.
That's why I mentioned that. So.
Understood.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes, so next item is item number 9 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance repealing establishment of handicapped parking spaces at various locations. This is 92. And the locations are 66 4th Avenue, 704 14th Ave, 311 15th Avenue, 17 18th Avenue, 392 20th Ave, 151 23rd Ave, 135 East 15th Street, 873 East 19th Street, 273 East 21st Street, 701 East 21st Street, 106 East 22nd Street, 1033 East 22nd Street, 1037 East 22nd Street, 615 East 23rd Street, 619 East 23rd Street, 258 East 24th Street, 564 East 24th Street, 703 East 24th Street, 247 East 25th Street, 677 East 25th Street, 1032 East 25th Street, 396 East 26th Street, 411 East 26th Street, 415 East 26th Street, 446 East 26th Street, 650 East 26th Street, 728 East 26th Street, 742 East 26th Street, 218 East 28th Street, 945 East 28th Street, 194 East 31st Street, 169 East 32nd Street, 383 East 37th Street, 101 Bloomfield Avenue, 82 Butler Street, 73 Carlisle Avenue, 270 Carroll Street, 192 Edmond Avenue, 429 Edmond Ave, 369 Fair Street, 138 Florida Avenue, 274 Florida Avenue, 255 Hamilton Ave, 314 Hamilton Ave, 341 Hamilton Avenue, 23 Hemlock Street, 84 Jasper Street, 178 Kearney Street, 116 Lawrence Place, 236 Liberty Street, 240 Liberty Street, 162 North 5th Street, 50 Oak Street, 480 Park Ave, 490 Park Ave, 72 Paterson Ave, 195 Pearl Street, 21 Pennington Ave, 20 Redwood Ave, 494 River Street, 128 Sheridan Ave, 449 Van Houten, 150 Warren Street, and 115 Webster Avenue. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 19061. Have a motion?
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilwoman Cotton.
Public hearing.
Public hearing is now open. Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, seconded by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 9, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed for item number 9. Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call in item number 9 for second reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 9 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Our next items are first reading ordinances. Would you like me to continue with first
Yes,
reading?
please.
Yes, sir. Next items are first reading ordinances. No public hearing is required. And this item number 10. Item number 10 reads, an ordinance vacating a portion of Franklin Street between 325 Easterly from the corner formed by the intersection of Franklin Street and Rosa Parks Boulevard, 60 feet to a point in the northerly line of Franklin Street, then 125 feet to a point in the division line of lots 4 and 5 in block 3008, then 60 feet to point in the southerly line of Franklin Street, then 125 feet to a point 2 in an easterly direction to the point of beginning. Area to be vacated contains 7,500 square feet, and that's the Department of Economic Development. May I have a motion? Yes, please.
I can second it, but I need to ask the director.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by
He's not here.
Councilwoman Cotton.
No,
Discussion.
that's not
That's
it.
not you?
For economic.
I'm trying to think if it's towards the railroad track or is it going? The whole block? I'm sorry. The whole block from Rosa Parks Boulevard?
No. If you know, it says 400 feet in.
Half of a block?
Just in front of
Turn
it.
Franklin on the right on Rosa Park.
Right,
You got one house, and then you have the factory and the driveway.
right.
Come for the, planning commission.
It went before the planning?
Yeah, it went for planning. They finally got it.
They need that to build something? Or I'll find out.
What they're doing is expanding, something driveway. Oh, the yard building, attached to the warehouse.
The laundromat? The store, okay,
Not long, it's something, yeah, it is a long, you're right.
yeah.
The back of the long.
The details are in the resolution in the
Okay.
second paragraph of the whereas.
Right. Okay. Right, the other one. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Where we at?
Mr. President, may I continue with item number 10 for first reading?
Yes, please.
Yes. Roll call on item number 10 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera, it's
Yes.
item number 10.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted on first reading, and second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of January 14, 2020 at 7 p.m. Next item, Mr. President?
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next item is item number 11. For first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance repealing establishment of handicapped parking spaces on county roads, 558 Madison Ave, 934 Madison Avenue, and 580 Market Street, Department of Public Works. A motion?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilwoman Cotton.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 11 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 11 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be at the next regular meeting, January 14, 2020, at 7 p.m.
Yeah, this is getting a bit alarming. We repealed 3. We had 3 lists of 100. Jeez. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk, do you need a water break?
No, I'm fine so far. The next item is item number 12 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicapped parking spaces at various locations on city roads. And please bear with me. And the locations are 260 12th Avenue, 142 17th Ave, 120 Carlisle Avenue, 61 Clark Street, 72 Cliff Street, 309 East 19th Street, 670 East 22nd Street, 732 East 22nd Street, and 1054 East 22nd Street, 1047 East 24th Street, 598 East 25th Street, 273 East 26th Street, 646 East 26th Street, 700 East 26th Street, 586 East 29th Street, 222 East 30th Street, 224 Edmund Ave, 52 Emerson Ave, 34 Eric Street, Eric or Irie Street, 119 Jasper Street, 170 Kearney Street, 40 Knickerbocker Avenue, 113 Madison Street, 51 Manchester Ave, and 59 Park Avenue, 128 Park Avenue, 490 Park Avenue, 31 Paterson Avenue, 62 Paterson Ave, 97 Sheridan Ave, 129 Sheridan Ave, 9 Sherman Avenue, and 11 Sadard Street, Department of Public Works.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 12 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 12 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, January 14, 2020, at 7 p.m.
Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 13 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance designating a school drop-off and pickup zone and 20th Avenue for Paterson Public School number 30, Department of Public Works.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 13.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 13 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 13 is hereby adopted on first reading, and second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, January 14, 2020, at 7 p.m.
Next item, please,
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Clerk.
Next item is item number 14 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance repealing establishment of handicapped parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 188-200 21st Ave, 256 23rd Ave, 628 East 24th Street, 492 East 26th Street, 81 East 34th Street, 123 Lawrence Street, 220 Lenox Avenue, 89 North 7th Street, 145 Park Avenue, 201 Park Avenue, 117 Paterson Ave, 10 Pennington Ave, 523 River Street, and 553 Summer Street, Department of Public Works.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, seconded by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 14.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 14 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 14 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, January 14, 2020, at 7 p.m.
Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Did you, the next item, we're finished with our first reading ordinances. There is a resolution to amend the budget amendment. Should I continue? That's number 15.
No, I think we, let's hold that item to the rest of the council members' return.
And there's another one for 16 that requires public hearing
Yeah, we can go to 16.
for economic.
Yeah, we can go
Number
to
16 is fine.
Go ahead, continue with 16?
Yes, please.
Yes. Next item is item number 16. Public hearing is required and resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 78-80 12th Avenue Street. 78.
Is there a motion?
Oh,
No,
move
one-
it.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
She didn't finish reading it.
78-80 12th Avenue Street.
Yeah.
Block.
12th Avenue.
Block 3604, Lot 18, Economic Development, Resolution 19668.
So move.
Move it. Madam Clerk, yeah, street shouldn't be there, it should be 12th Avenue.
Yes, I think there's an error.
Okay.
A typo. There's a motion by?
Yeah, Councilman.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Yeah, huh? Hold on. What was that?
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Oh, she got to do public hearing.
Who you have moving it? Who you have moving it?
Second.
Mims and.
Okay, good. I'm recusing also.
You recusing?
Yeah.
Public hearing closed by
No.
Councilwoman Mims
Yeah.
and seconded by
no.
Councilman
No, it's okay.
Abdelaziz.
Oh.
I think it's for Second Baptist Church.
No, the developer is.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. President. There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
Yeah, what you want?
Motion moved by Councilwoman Mims, seconded by Councilman Abdelaziz.
Okay. Roll call to close the public hearing and for item number 16. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
I thought I had.
Councilman McCoy? Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Mr.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I thought I had.
Are you going to sit, Madam President? Madam President?
Just close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Just close it.
Yes, to close the public hearing
Yes.
on item number
16. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing is closed on item number 16.
Very good. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 16
Yes.
for approval.
Yes. Roll call for item number 16 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
And let the record reflect that Councilman Velez had recused himself from item number 16. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, and the record reflect that Councilman Velez had recused himself from item number 16. Therefore, item number 16 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, Councilman Jackson, did you do item number 15?
No.
No, we did not.
We didn't do it. Yes.
Yeah.
Continue with 15?
Did you do 13, 14?
No.
Yes.
Okay, except item number 15.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, item number 15.
Yes. Next item on the agenda is item number 15. It's an amendment. Resolution to amend the fiscal year 2020 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. Finance Resolution 19667.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion?
Just a quick question, when I looked on the, anticipated revenue page, on page 2, it says Office of the Mayor. There is a.
Mike.
Your mic is on.
I apologize. And the anticipate, when you go into the budget resolution, on page 2, it says Office of the Mayor. There is a $50,000 increase. Just trying to get some understanding as to what that increase is for salary and wages.
I can answer that question, Council President. So we are transferring into the mayor's office $50,000 to cover the cost for salaries of interns that will be managed and administered through the mayor's office from the recreation department.
I thought it was free.
Interns.
So what, I mean, were there applications for the interns? I mean, what is the process that was done? Was that presented before the personnel committee to give understanding of this internship?
It's been part of the budget in the recreation department, the interns. And so it was just carved from the recreation department and moved to the mayor, is being moved to the mayor's department office.
You move it from where?
I'm sorry?
You move it from where?
Recreation.
Recreation.
Council President?
So, Councilman Velez.
Councilman?
1 second, Councilman Abdulaziz. So I do understand that there are certain positions through recreation where they do hires during the summer. I didn't realize that they hired throughout
I didn't know
the
that.
year.
Yeah.
This is actually something new to me. So, Mr. Bay, can you?
No, we have some college interns that we've hired throughout the summer. And I think the posting is actually going up maybe tomorrow or the next day for interns not to exceed $10,000. So it was signed off on, and personnel should be posting, those positions for the college interns. So we do them during the summer, and we also do them during the school year.
Council President.
What was?
Council President.
I'm sorry. Councilman Abdulaziz first, and then.
Thank you, Council President. So I'm not mistaken, March, the $50,000 that was transferred from recreation to the mayor's office, the $50,000 was an intern program in the recreation department, correct?
Correct.
So the mayor has taken that program from the intern program from the recreation, just made it an intern program out of his office.
That's correct.
So this is not taken out of programming.
No.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, so the mayor allocated funds for the interns to be utilized instead of in recreation as a chief executive or as the mayor to use it in his office.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
But again, I think Councilman Abdulaziz, I think we were all clear with that. I don't think that there was any confusion with that. Okay, so, because the question that I have is, I didn't realize that, I mean, in at least the 5 years that I've been here, that's never been done throughout the year. I know that there is allocated funds for that during the summer, but I didn't know throughout the year. So is that something new?
I can't speak to what happened in the past. I can just speak to what I know we've done in the past year and a half. And we've hired some folks during the summer, and then some of the local students who attend local colleges, they've stayed on during the school year. So
Okay.
I can't speak to what happened in the past.
Okay.
So just two follow-up
Councilwoman
questions.
Mims, Councilman Rivera.
Because I do see the shift, so, and I wasn't finished, but it's fine that it's been presented. But two questions. One, what will be the roles and responsibilities, or what departments would the interns be? And would it be the same individuals that were in recreation, or are these new people that will be placed in the positions? Because we're shifting it, but are the people going to change? Is it going to be a new posting for new people to apply? I'm trying to understand, because if you're moving it from where it was, there were people in the past that had these positions, correct?
I don't think they're there anymore. I mean, internships, the nature of internships, they change every semester, every year. So it's not like you're an intern this year and you're an intern for 4 years. So they change, they rotate.
So it shifts. So you're shifting it to the. I'm just trying to understand what would be the difference in role from it being from recreation now to the mayor's office.
Well, you'll be in central office. So I mean, I can give you an example of one of the interns that we have, in the mayor's office, right now. and I don't want to say his name, but, you know, he serves a number of different functions and purposes, working with cultural affairs, you know, helping out.
And he
with,
was here in the
all-
summer, right?
He was here in the summer as well. They also come over to the BA's office as well. You know, so we try to keep him occupied, keep him busy, give him some real good tasks, you know, to do to augment, you know, the staff that we have. And they do it for a semester or two, and then we switch them out.
Okay, I just wanted some clarity on the shift.
And all of them that I'm aware of right now that I know are Paterson, you know,
Yeah, they are.
residents, you know, that attend schools in the area.
Thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Rivera.
Okay, here we go again. Remember the discussion we had when we were contemplating doing the aid? Remember? About also when we're doing the budget hearings, how I was telling you guys that the administration could shift money around
Yes.
and hire the positions anyway. We increased the budget in recreation, right? For purposes of recreation. We have a lot of needs in the city. We have special needs kids that need recreation in the city. We have made it a point to increase the budget year after year, since, well, at least since I've been here, and I think a year before I got here, or two, that trend started. So let's talk about DCA now. DCA, I remember them telling us that because the budget, the money originally wasn't in last year's budget, that we needed to at least show it in the introduced budget this year, right? The mayor didn't have those positions in his budget last year. He didn't have those positions in his budget last year, these intern positions. So all I'm trying to do here is, let's not have double standards here. We're moving money from one department to another to create additional support for the mayor's office. And this is why sometimes, listen, we could all disagree, but sometimes I get upset with some of my colleagues because they start going, you know, after things that we're trying to do. But when the administration does certain things, it's like nobody sees anything, right? Or they see it, but they don't bring it to light. And that's something that gets to me. This is the same concept right here. He's moving money from recreation to hire supporting staff, which might not be a bad thing, but it was a bad thing when we were contemplating doing something as a council, right? I also have a question about economic development. What are we doing here? We had an introduced budget earlier on the year, of which, you know, we had budget hearings for the department heads. They all came in and basically submitted their needs. Now I see the money being shifted into that department also. So as soon as we finish the discussion we could go line by line, I guess, but if necessary, not, you know, fire department, we might not have to do it. But I see a shift in the mayor's office, and I also see a shift in economic development. I need to know what is going on.
And also human services. $16,000 human services too.
So I want to know, Marge, please tell me.
Can you address
Of course, so you're referring to economic development increase in salary and wage?
In the mayor's office, those positions
Well,
did
the
not
mayor-
exist last year. In the mayor's office. Interns,
No,
paid
they did not. They
interns.
existed, the budgets and the position existed in recreation.
Okay,
So
what
the-
positions, let me ask you a brief question. What positions does the mayor currently have, like supporting positions, aside from the secretaries? Does it have any aides, assistants, confidential aid at all?
I think that position was reclassified to a different category. It started out as a confidential aid, and I believe it was changed for civil service purposes to a different title.
What's the new title, if you don't mind me asking?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall.
you
Mr.
know?
BA, do you know the title?
So I don't know the title.
Chief of Staff?
I'm just thinking about.
No, there's another one.
No.
He has some part-time positions.
You
so-
have Javier as the Constituent Services. You have Shirley and Audrey. Yeah, I hear you, Councilman Abdulaziz. So title, I don't know what their titles are. So I would defer that discussion until later, but I don't know the titles of everybody.
There's another position there inside the mayor's office beside Audrey, Shirley.
We can't name names.
Oh, he just named it.
I know.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, we're not discussing, you could say the names.
Yeah, I can say the- and then
We're
who's
not,
in the
we're not
office.
discussing
Oh,
their
okay.
employment.
Speaking
Okay.
on,
Good enough.
Okay.
So the thing, the reality is, and then the chairman just mentioned something, is the shift of money of those three in the office of the mayor, division and well, we already spoke about division recreation, economic development, human services, and it says salary and wages. And the shift is almost $16,000 human service director, and the other one is almost the same, 16,000 and 15,000. Why salaries and wages? Who's that goes for?
Okay, so the change in the economic development salary and wages based on the adjustments that are needed to put in the positions, the title changes that occurred in that division. Well, we spoke about these in introduction.
This is the thing, Madam President, you know, every salary increases now comes since last year as a title change. Oh, we doing this because we need to change the title. We need to change the title. That's a way to say, I'm gonna give you a raise, but we need to change the title. To be like, I don't wanna say slick, but to at least go under the door or whatever, you know, or hide the process, because right now, if we all saying that we are financial difficulties and we cannot pay the cops and we cannot pay the retirement, and I think Councilman Jackson alluded this earlier regarding all these races and we cannot comply with our responsibility, that will end us in paying more if they go into a labor court or whatever. So, you know, can you explain who is going to, what division is going, et cetera, without changing title, without giving that general statement, we needed to change the title?
It was discussed during the budget hearing with economic development. There were certain positions, and I was trying to find it here in my files from the introduction, but I can't find it right now. The titles that were added into the budget there was one position that was an assistant to the director. When the budget was introduced, I'm not quite sure whether or not the salaries were actually projected properly based on the table of organization and those budgeted positions. This is just to provide for the monies that are needed to balance off for the year for what salaries are based on the budget introduction. But that's what I'm talking about, the title changes. We didn't have an assistant to the director prior to this year's request at the introduction. That's one of them that I can remember off the
So,
top of my
okay, let's talk
head.
about title changes. Right now, you have a security officer at the mayor's office answering calls, greeting with people. That's not her work to do. Her work is security. And she's sitting downstairs in the second floor, and they rotate in the front desk. That's not her responsibility to work for the mayor's office.
Councilman, I would say that those kinds of decisions are day-to-day decisions.
Correct.
And day-to-day decisions are held to the administration pursuant to the Faulkner Act.
Well,
Council President.
This is why, excuse me, Councilman.
yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
This is why it is an absolute necessity to hold accountable during the process of budget hearings. Because these day-to-day decisions that ultimately cost the taxpayer more money. So, Madam Corporation Counsel, in the event that a decision such as this is made and someone is put into a position without properly vetting it, and then another employee takes the city to court, sues and wins the grievance, and then we have to create a second position, which is a parallel, which ultimately costs the city more money. It expands the TO without the vote of this body. How does something like that get addressed according to the Faulkner Act?
Well, Well, pursuant to the Faulkner Act, the council has 3 responsibilities. The council's job is to legislate, appropriate, and to investigate. And that's what the Faulkner Act allows the council to do. Regarding appropriations, that's why the council has the right to modify the budget. We have to come before the council for budget. Regarding the legislate, obviously, it is what it is. Regarding the adoption of legislation and the repeal of such if the council so chooses. The council also has the right to investigate. Those are the council's responsibilities under the Faulkner Act. The day-to-day operation of the city is held to the mayor.
Understood.
Council
When
President?
the day-to-day operations is going against certain things that already have been set forward, this council prescribes the TO. Along with the DCA, which is approved, this council decides when we want to add to the TO and take away. We're adding positions by default because we lost either a grievance or there's a settlement through a lawsuit.
That may not necessarily be the case regarding some positions potentially, and those things I don't have in front of me, so I'm not going to comment on such. However, I will say that some positions are also civil service regulations. So in addition to the Faulkner Act, the city is held to civil service guidelines and requirements. Some titles may be out of line with what is in civil service. And when that happens, there must be adjustments, and civil service dictates some of that for us, and we have no option. So I don't want to go into specificity because I cannot.
There is an option. The option is when the positions are being posted. Currently, we have a posting that's up where there was 3 Paterson residents that tested and are on the civil service list, yet someone that's not on the civil service list, that's not a resident, was hired. So these are the types of, concerns that I have when, what I call as a rogue decisions is being made by the administration that ultimately cost the city more money and bring issues such as this that we had earlier to the table. So, I mean, this is something that needs a lengthy discussion. This council, we hear the concerns of our community, we move accordingly. Everyone knows that we have a shortage in recreation. There's been a shortage for many, many years. This council has maneuvered revenue to put in the recreational budget, and the mayor just decides to arbitrarily move that money, whether it's $50,000, it is a small amount, but there's no explanation to the council on what those positions what would those individuals have performed at recreation, and now what deficit does recreation have? If recreation, because these interns may have been providing certain services that now is going to be negated from recreation.
Well, just so we're clear, Councilman Jackson, what I was referring to was the assignment of a post that Councilman Velez made reference to. So daily assignments and such is what Councilman Velez was referring to, and that is indeed an administrative prerogative.
Okay,
regarding the recreation budget, that I cannot speak to, so you'd have to speak to
we also recognize the point that Councilman Velez is making, there's a huge deficit, which again puts the city at risk, because we've been missing a security guard at the health department for quite some time. And during the last several months, we've had multiple break-ins. This is supposed to be a secured area where there's medication that's stored, vital statistics are stored, people's information, birth certificates that are stored there. And we've had multiple break-ins and multiple individuals, and as a matter of fact, the director happens to be here now, and employees calling saying that, they're arriving and the door is open. You have another door that's bolted closed, that's an emergency exit, and there's no security guard there. So if you're taking a security guard off of a post and placing them into the mayor's office, it definitely becomes a concern to the council, because there's a potential liability that's now presented because we're short on security staff. And there's posts that are not being manned because we're taking one person out. If we're being responsible to the entire community, that's one thing. But if we're taking a person from one post and placing them in another, and there's a deficiency where it could be considered a possible potential life-threatening situations, there's no one there to protect the residents of the community as well as the employees. So I mean, it is something that I think you're right. The mayor has the ability to move people around accordingly, but the mayor does not have the discretion to leave a potential liability in the hands of the council, who ultimately has to pay for the ramifications. If we have an employee that's injured, that's hurt, and the lawsuit is placed on the city, ultimately the council is the one that's going to be here and present it with once again another attorney that's recommending that we settle this case because it's a non-winnable case. So I mean, these are things that that the mayor has to definitely be accountable for.
Council President.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So I think the council has made themselves clear, and I think we know the checks and balances of what we have in our hands. The administration has presented us an appropriation that they'd like to change, and they gave us the reasons why those changes have occurred. And I'm not here to speak on behalf of the administration or anything like that, but we do have the power to vote this down. If you don't agree with, if you feel recreation needs that $50,000, then vote no. If you feel that
Council
transfer,
President?
vote yes.
Council President.
I got the floor, Council President. I have the floor.
Yeah.
So we're having a discussion. We're here. The administration has explained their reasons to appropriate this money, and now the council, if we agree with it, we vote yes. If we disagree with it, we vote no. We could sit here and talk about every single position that they brought up. We may not share their vision. We could address that while we vote, but we're going to sit here and discuss every position. They told you the appropriations. They said the mayor's office, that $50,000 increase is for interns. If you disagree with that, vote your way. But we got to move on to business. We have a lengthy agenda here. This was brought up in workshop. No one brought it up in workshop, and now we expect to have all the answers. This was on workshop, and this is, I mean, I agree with that. I think recreation needs the funds. But I think right now we're just going to the administration. They're not answering. So let us vote our conscience, and we go move on from there to the next item.
Council President.
Very quickly, Councilwoman Mims is next, but before you go, Councilwoman Mims, with all due respect, Councilman Abdelaziz, we know the process, but there's also a responsibility for the council to inform and educate the public. When there's ramifications that's taken, the public often turns to the council and say, oh, the council is responsible for it. Well, we all want to take a moment to place the responsibility where it belongs and allow the public the opportunity to understand exactly what's happening and predict the potential ramifications. Councilwoman Mims?
In addition, and let me add, we did have this in workshop last week, but we have to remember the BA wasn't here. So a lot of stuff we could not question, so we have to have a healthy dialogue tonight. You weren't here last week.
I was here last week.
You were here?
The week before, sir.
The 26th I was here, but I was here for the workshop last week.
So these are questions that need to be in. I have another question with the evening reporting programs grant. Is that going to increase the number of after-school programs or the evening centers? Is that what this grant is going to do? Because it's going from $0 to $113,000.
What it is, all of the grants that are listed here, both on the appropriation, the revenue side and the appropriation side, are awards that were received after the budget was introduced.
So how many evening centers would that provide for?
All of the evening centers that we've had. I mean, nothing has changed. It's the same grant.
So it's the same grant, it's
Yes.
just that we've received it?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Council President. Council President. Council President.
Councilman Rivera is next.
Oh, okay.
Listen, I'm not in any position to tell the administration if recreation needs the money or not. But we have to hold the administration to the budget that was presented to us. Yes, could they amend the budget? Yes, if they have a good explanation why they're going to change the budget. Now, us just changing, Abdelaziz basically mentioned that we didn't have a lengthy discussion in workshop. Sometimes in workshop, we don't have a lengthy discussion in workshop sometimes. And then things come up at this meeting, right? That's one. Two, I'm also having this discussion not to turn the whole thing down. the administration, we have two things that we could do as council, right? Majority vote, we could change any line item we want, or the administration, if they see the potential of this failing, they could always say, look, they could amend it right now on the floor if they want. They could amend it. But if we feel that we're going to go vote, we could just vote on this and there's no problem. I agree with Councilman Abdelaziz, but the discussion needs to be had. We need to have a discussion when when there's a need for having it.
Councilman Velez?
Yeah.
May I?
Council President, before she answers, I just want to
Just let her
see.
respond real quick.
No, because probably she could answer the same thing that, Now, I recall when this came in front of us, the BA was not here. He was, yes, last week on the last meeting. Yes, he was. But I recall that Marge said the reason that we bring in this amendment is because she forgot or they forgot to put all the totals of the grants. And they needed.
There's no
Hold on.
forgetting.
Right here.
That's there's no forgetting. These grants came in, the award letters came in.
Sorry, let me correct that.
Yes, it's
yes.
important though. Nobody.
All right, so, okay, all right, no problem.
It's a big difference.
All right, okay, March, don't take it personal.
Speaking to me personally.
The thing is that Flavio Councilman Flavio Rivera say that the administration feel like this is gonna fail. I think they feeling that. The thing is that can we put an amendment ourselves here to this resolution, and say that to strike line, changes of the administration, changes of division of recreation, change of development, you know what I'm saying? Can we amend it ourselves and then vote on the remaining? I want to put a motion to amend, remove the items that they decide to move the money or shift it from, and strike those items, especially from division of the mayor, division of recreation, put the money back.
Yeah. I'm not second.
Councilman, I just want to say, recreation is not suffering as a result of the move. The program still exists, so it's not like a program is not going to happen because the money was shifted from recreation to the mayor's office. So I just want to dispel any notion that somehow, recreation is going to be hurt. It will not be hurt.
Yeah, but at the same time, Mr. BA, you haven't given us explanation about the economic development and human services.
Well, that's
there.
different. Let's stick with recreation. So, economic development.
We know that you moved the money, and that's in the mayor's
Councilman,
office.
if you could let me finish, I let you finish. I just like an opportunity to explain, what we've been talking about. So you just went from recreation to economic development. So I just wanted to explain to you, recreation is fine. All the programs, all the evening centers, all the funding that they need to run those programs is there for this fiscal year. So we didn't just kind of, rob Peter to pay Paul. It was a calculated decision. We knew we had the money. Recreation's programs were ready to go, and so we shifted it to the mayor's office. I think, Marge explained to you the economic development issue. It's $30,000. We believe that money could be best used by moving it to economic development so that we can continue to move forward with some of the programs that we have. But, if this council, wishes to do something differently, then, there could be a motion put on the floor and seconded it, and you can move forward. But I think Councilman Abdelaziz is correct. I mean, we put forward something, and I do wish that we could have discussed this in workshop, because it really puts us at a disadvantage, because when it's done now, obviously, we don't have all the answers now. This same document was presented last week, and we could have had more answers. And it's not that we don't want to provide the answers, but, a lot of the things that you're asking may require a little bit more detail than we can provide on the spot right now. But obviously, if the council feels very strongly about any particular line item in here, then we can discuss that. But I understand from Marge that, we have to amend the budget to start the clock.
That's correct, Ron.
Council President.
I haven't, I still got the floor. He was answering me. We spent 6 months or 2 months talking about the budget, and somehow this appeared today.
Yeah, a couple of people. Councilman Lake and then Councilman Cotton.
Go ahead.
Council President, I just, I'm looking at this appropriation. I see where we got money that came in, but what bothers me sometimes is that I really didn't know what the Division of Consumer Protection does, but, I mean, everybody know what they're supposed to do, protect the consumers. And to have to cut that down for us to protect the consumers, even the Division of Youth Services, I see how hard these are people that work with the Youth Service Bureau. Just even idea of cutting that down, like, you know, because we have kids out there that need so much stuff, and I forgot the director's name over there. But be truthful with you, I've been here, I never knew that the Department of Recreation ever paid for aides. I mean, interns, I never knew that was part of the budget of how many, I've been here 7 years, and I never knew that the Recreation Department had intern in their budget. I just never knew they had that, so, yeah. But, I mean, well, what do they call them? They didn't call them interns. Or what did they call them? No, but what did they call them? That's what I'm asking.
Councilwoman, I don't know what they call them.
I know, but it didn't have that in there. It might have been like the summer program. Right, it wasn't AIDS. Right.
Really
I mean, it wasn't called AIDS, I can tell you that. I mean, unless it was something else, but, you know, you're saying that the Recreation Department is not gonna be heard? I mean, we can use more recreation. We can use another evening center. We can use a whole lot more stuff for our children. You know, because we're always dependent, and we do other organizations to do for our children, to have different programs. And I'm telling you, this year, a lot of different organizations did a lot of different things for our kids, especially starting at the holiday and stuff. So, you know, you want to call it something else, I'm going to look for it and see what they called it, but it wasn't AIDS. So, thank you, Council President.
Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. BA, you mentioned that with moving this money, recreation is not going to get hurt. But why don't you leave that money there so we could have a surplus for next year instead of, you know, moving to another department?
It doesn't work
and
that way,
spending the
Councilman.
money?
If you don't spend the money this year, it doesn't roll over until the following year. So, I mean, I think this is not like a private enterprise. Sometimes when you don't spend money in 1 year, you know, it doesn't necessarily roll over into the next year. Councilman?
Council President, in part, Mr. BA, a salary line at the end of the year, the way it works is you leave one budget year open. But as soon as the year ends, a salary line could be close to surplus. It could.
It could, right?
It could.
Thank you.
That's one. We need to change our mentality here when it comes to how we're running our finances, right? How about the same way you analyze the budget and you found money to use in the mayor's budget? How about we analyze it, reduce the spending, and reduce the tax levy? DCA don't want to hear that because they want their 2%, but we're finding ways to spend more money. That's one. Two, don't spend any unused budget funds and let them go into surplus. Like last year's budget, year 8, no, right now we got year 9. We're in year 20 fiscal year. At the end of this fiscal year, we're going to close year 19, I mean. We're going to close year 19 into surplus. We don't have to spend the money because the department doesn't need it. When you come to the council, you got to tell us a need. Yes, we're talking about $50,000, but at one time, we were in the newspapers and everywhere because the council wanted to get these tablets right here for $24,000. We're all over the newspaper for 2 months. But because the mayor's spending money, the administration's spending money in other areas, it's not that big of a deal. So let's not have double standards. And again, let's move on with the vote if you guys wish to, and let's just get this over with.
Move forward.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Madam President, if I may, since there's an amendment to this approved budget, the finance director has to read in the record the amendment first. So she has to take care of that first before we actually take a vote. So she has to read the amended portion.
I've got to read all the lines.
So Marge.
So.
Is that okay, Madam President?
So hold on a minute. So we
You got a
have-
second?
Who moved it?
I moved.
It was moved
Who
by
seconded?
Councilman Mims, and it was seconded by Councilman Velez.
Okay, and then there was a discussion.
I want to remove my move.
Your
Point of
motion?
order, Council President.
I
He
don't
can now
wanna-
remove, the motion belongs
All
to the
right,
council.
get the
He can
book.
now
Okay, let's
remove
keep
it.
on going. Yeah, let's vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Sorry.
read into the record, and
Thank
then
you.
we'll move
Yes,
forward.
March,
Madam
yes,
Clerk,
March.
roll
I'm
call
gonna-
to
Let's start.
Okay, thank
or
you.
deny.
Thank you. Anticipated revenues, Section F, public and private revenues. Support data-driven responses of drug threats from 0 to 600,000. Neighborhood preservation, Eastside Park, from 0 to 125,000. Open Space Trust, Eastside Park improvements, from 0 to 150,000. Open Space Trust, Ivanhoe Wheelhouse exterior, from 0 to 175,000. Green Acres Vista Park Development Project, from 0 to $976,030. Green Acres Valley Rock Trail improvements, from 0 to $76,284. New Jersey Historic Trust, Great Falls Historic District, from 0 to 50,000. New Jersey Historic Trust, Van Houten House, from 0 to 250,000. Open Space Trust, Van Houten House Architect, from 0 to 75,000. HIV Health Education and Risk Reduction, from 0 to 100,000. 2020 Federal Tuberculosis Control Grant, from 0 to $102,110. 2020 Financial Empowerment Center Planning, from 0 to $20,000. Strengthening Local Public Health Capacity, from 0 to 95,000. Passaic County Evening Reporting Programs Grant, from 0 to $113,855. Passaic County Life Skills and Family Court Program, from 0 to $40,518. Urban Search and Rescue Program, from 0 to $34,145.76. Emergency Management Assistance Allocation, from 0 to 10,000. Total Section F public and private revenues, from 0 to $2,992,940.76. Total miscellaneous revenues, from $3,138,736.28 to $6,131,679.04. Total general revenues, from $252,914,297.52 to $255,863,094.52. Appropriations. General appropriations, operations within caps. Office of the Mayor, salary and wages, from $463,267 to $513,267. Other expenses, from $25,675 to $27,175. Division of Personnel, other expenses, from $263,400 to $261,900. Fire, salary and wages, from $38,270,000 to $38,223,389.19. Division of Recreation, salary and wages, from $1,925,234.67 to $1,875,234.67. Economic Development, salary and wages, from $190,853 to $221,465.44. Human Services Director, salary and wages, from $285,140.33 to $301,138.70. Other expenses, from $8,950 to $15,179. Division of Youth Services, other expenses, from $38,195 to $34,195. Division of Consumer Protection, other expenses, from $4,379 to $2,150. Total operations, item 8A within caps, from $41,475,094 to $41,475,094. Public and private programs offset by revenues. Support data-driven responses of drug threats, from 0 to 600,000. Neighborhood Preservation Eastside Park from 0 to 125,000. Open Space Trust Eastside Park Improvements from 0 to 150,000. Open Space Trust Ivanhoe Wheelhouse Exterior from 0 to 175,000. Green Acres Vista Park Development Project from 0 to $976,030. Green Acres Valley Rock Trail Improvements from 0 to $76,284. New Jersey Historic Trust Great Falls Historic District from 0 to 50,000. New Jersey Historic Trust Van Houten House from 0 to 250,000. Open Space Trust Van Houten House Architect from 0 to 75,000. HIV Health Education and Risk Reduction from 0 to 100,000. 2020 Federal Tuberculosis Control Grant from 0 to $102,110. 2020 Financial Empowerment Center Planning from 0 to 20,000. Strengthening Local Public Health Capacity Program 2020 from 0 to 95,000. Passaic County Evening Reporting Programs Grant from 0 to $113,855. Passaic County Life Skills and Family Court Program from 0 to $40,518. Urban Search and Rescue Program from 0 to $34,145.76. Emergency Management Assistance Allocation from 0 to $10,000. Total public and private programs from $3,138,736.28 to $6,131,679.04. Total general appropriations from $252,914,297.52 to $255,863,094.52.
Council President, while we're waiting on them, I have a question for the BA. You mind, Council President? So, Mr. BA, recently we had two teams that set some tremendous benchmarks. Both teams went undefeated. They went into the Pop Warner division. Both teams won their division and had the opportunity to go to Florida to play in the Nationals. Both teams did not have enough money to get to Florida, and I know they was doing a great deal of fundraising. Did the administration do anything to help these young men get to Florida?
I'm not aware of anything or of a request being made.
There was no funding.
So, okay. So this is where my concern comes, because this was all over social media, which I know the mayor spends a great deal of time on. He came to the kickoff for both teams. He celebrated. He was in the pictures with them with trophies. It cost $30,000 to send these young men to Florida, in which they was in jeopardy of not going. I got a call directly from the chairman of Pop Warner, who said that they would send them as a grievance, but none of the young men would get to participate in any of the activities in Disney. And we take $50,000 from a recreational budget when we could utilize that money specifically to do something like this. Are we still waiting, Council President? Are we going to vote? Okay, very good.
You just need a majority vote. It doesn't have to be, no, just majority, not 6. It's majority, right, March? You just need a majority.
We need the majority of
Yes.
the full membership.
Yes. Yes.
That's correct, 6. I just want to preface
No,
the...
majority and 2/3 is different. It's 5. 2/3 is 6.
Majority.
Majority is 5.
Membership, right.
Yes. No, Madam President, 5.
5.
Yes. Roll call in item number 15. I'll just read the title again. Resolution to amend the fiscal year 2020 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. Finance Resolution 19667. There was a motion and a second on the floor. Roll call to approval of item number 15. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. When I look at this amended, I know how hard our people work at the Youth Services Bureau. I know how hard our people work with the Recreation Department. I believe that we need to keep our money there in supporting our youth because our youth needs so much. It's unbelievable the amount of, and I'm grateful for all the people in the community that have done so much this year with our children who have donated, who have done so many things. So as of this point, I cannot support taking money from our children and putting it in another department. My vote is no.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I have a couple things, Council President. As I look to the back of the room, one of the gentlemen left the room, and you know, it's rewarding for me to see when we have homegrown young men who are able to stay here, be sustainable, get jobs here. That's what this is all about. But how does that start? It starts by cultivating the atmosphere, the understanding, the education of young people. If we're taking from our young people to provide more opportunities someplace else, and I do agree, because I think that an opportunity to intern in the mayor's office, it speaks volumes. But that money could be taken from a lot of other places. The other thing is the Division of Youth Services. We're taking several $1,000s from the Division of Youth Services, again, another youth component, which we know we're having a difficult time in the city. The majority of the crime and the majority of the mischief is taking place within the youth of our community, and yet we're not looking to feed more into that. We know our recreational budget is short as it is. This year, 2 months ago, 3 young men that I had the opportunity to coach at Eastside High School were all arrested for doing something that they should not have been doing. And this city is dropping the ball when it comes to providing opportunities for young people. And this is another example of that. The other thing that's very extremely disappointing and disrespectful is the shift of salary and wages to economic development. The department that's housing the most people that is violating the residency policy. There's absolutely no way that I can sit here and support anything like this. And the resolution in its entirety, there's probably going to be some things that's missed out on, but this right here needs to be adjusted. And council members, I urge everyone to make sure that the way we vote for things like this is the amount of respect that's returned in other instances. Madam Clerk,
Yes,
my
sir.
vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't like repeating myself, but I said it before. I don't think we should be moving any money from the Recreation Department to satisfy the need of the mayor's office. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
I already spoke my piece. My vote is no.
Councilman Velez.
I see a lot of factors in this resolution. It's my understanding that interns come in and the pay they get and other places they get, the pay they get back is the experience. And that's one thing. And the second thing is that, you know, taking money and holding money for human resources, services, to just not give it back to the nonprofit, I will not, you know, that's another thing that I got trouble on that. So my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims, we're voting on item number 15, amendment of the approved budget.
Well, I think that the conversation has been lengthy. I've expressed my concerns earlier when I questioned some of the movement of funds. Didn't get a chance to highlight the additional 22, almost 21,000 that's going over 31,000 that's going into economic development in addition to the other shifts. So there's some different concerns that I see listed here. And so with that stated, until we get a full detailed outline of why these changes are made, and to ensure that our residents get first opportunity and they are the priority for the city and for them as individuals of Paterson, my vote is no.
Thank you. Madam President?
I said this measure has failed. I understand, Marge, that you said that we can't, now if we don't pass these changes, this amendment, that we won't be able to adopt the budget until February.
That's correct, Council President. We'd have to come back with another amendment resolution. The next meeting is in January. So even if we get the award letter between now and January 14th, we cannot adopt the budget until February. So the only thing I can offer is if you want me to rework the numbers in this resolution of amendments and remove the transfer of the $50,000 from the Recreation Department to the Mayor's office and the amount being transferred into Economic Development, I can remove those items, rework the numbers, and then read that into the record this evening.
Human Services as well, I think there's like 16,000, but what?
And Human Services.
Yeah, I think
So,
the entire.
Can I just verify which items?
I think the entire line item needs to be revetted.
All of the general appropriations?
Everything, and then represented.
So
to the
the
entire
only
council.
thing that would be reflected in our amendment resolution then would be the grants?
Would be the what?
That would be it. If we're going to remove all the transfers, because the transfers of those 10 line items amounts to about $44,000 in total net. So if I remove all of those, then all we're doing is amending in the grants that we've
That's good.
That's
done.
good.
So we
That's
can
nice.
do that, let's.
So
that
let me
section.
remove
rework the
that section
numbers.
of the ad and just vote on
That's
the
what I recommended in the beginning.
What do you
I need
recommend?
to ask Corporation Counsel? Oh, okay.
Okay, so no. My vote is no.
Your vote is no?
You could present it now, right?
Corporation Counsel, if I remove all the general appropriation items from the resolution, which changes just the appropriation side, do I have to reread both the revenue grants and the appropriation grants again? It's a different motion, okay.
Before you can do that, somebody needs to make the proper motion.
I made that motion early in the discussion.
But that motion wasn't properly seconded then, the motion now needs
Well, the
to-
thing is, Corporate Counsel, we all respect, Madam President. That's why when we have a heated discussion and there's a motion on the floor, and then you have one of the colleagues jumping from over there and saying that he's not going to support it without having somebody over here second, and then you hold them.
Okay,
So,
Councilman,
that's
put
my
it on the
motion.
record, the changes. So
The change is going back to the original one, as
No,
Marcia
we
stated.
keep changing the,
Amending and moving the money from the mayor's office, put it back to the recreation department. And economic development, put it back where it was supposed to be a youth service, I believe it was. And, yeah, correct. And human services,
I am strictly removing.
yeah, all those items
I'll show you.
that you represent an increase on it. It means office of the mayor will stay the same, 463,267.
If I could make a clarification,
Yeah,
when I remove all of the transfer, the movement from to, in that section of the general appropriations, there is no change. So all those lines are coming out of the resolution.
okay.
All that will remain is the grants on the revenue
Correct,
side
correct.
and the corresponding appropriations of grants. on
Correct,
the
that's my
appropriation
amendment.
side.
Yes,
That's
correct.
it. So
That's right.
all of those lines for general operations within caps
Correct.
comes out of the body of the resolution.
We have
Correct.
a minute and a half left of recording time. Just
All
let
right,
me
so
know.
that's my amendment. That's the amendment. Correct, to add the
You
agenda.
need 6 to add to the agenda.
We need 6? We got 6 here.
No, everyone has to agree.
Everybody had to agree. Bring everybody
Oh,
in.
wait a minute, it has to add it on the agenda is unanimous. It's everyone.
Right.
It's not just
You're
6.
adding a new item.
No, it's the present. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
It's the current, whoever's sitting, the majority?
To add something to the agenda, no. Madam Corporation Counsel, this item failed. I did not read that into the record. Do I need to do that?
We thought you did, but that
No,
doesn't need to be read into the
I
record.
didn't because it failed, and I did not.
Okay.
So should I?
That has to be read into the record.
Yes.
Then Councilman Velez is making a new motion, if I'm not mistaken, to
Yes,
add
correct.
a different item to the agenda.
Right. So let me read this. The vote is 7 against, 2 absent. Item number 15 failed. So we're adding one more item to the agenda, which would be item number
61.
61. And pretty much, Corporation Counsel, we can use the same title.
Yes,
To
but it's
amend, okay.
it's a new motion.
So
It's a
item
new
number
item.
61 to be added to the regular meeting agenda, resolution to amend the fiscal year 2020 budget, which has been approved but not yet adopted. Finance Resolution 713.
Finance.
Finance.
Moved by Councilman, right? We need a motion, right?
Yeah,
Moved by
Velez.
There's a motion
Councilman
to-
Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call.
Motion by Councilman Velez,
Yes.
second by Councilman Mims. Roll call to add item number 61 to the regular meeting agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
No.
That's it, fails.
That's it.
Councilman, we went original, Council President, let me interject for a minute. The request that you was asking, taking this money from recreation or whatever, is coming back again. So it's, Councilman, it's coming back again. So we put a motion to approve without that movement of money and go, yeah. Just a grant. But no money's gonna be moved from recreation, no to the A's or whatever is,
Councilman,
yeah,
I'm firm. My vote is no.
okay.
That's it. Okay, fails.
Hold on, where's Councilman McCoy? He's here?
It doesn't matter.
Point of order, Council President, we're in a roll call. There should
One
be no
second,
discussion.
please, 1 second. Council members, in order to add a new item to the agenda,
It has to be unanimous.
it has to be a unanimous vote, the majority of the council sitting,
I got you.
okay?
That's it, he said no.
If the third vote is a no, then this item fails. We cannot
Voting.
add it to the
Right, the
agenda.
voting stops there.
The voting stops, there's no need to continue because there's a no.
I just have a question, Council President. Are there, because the item on the floor to add was for the grant, what happens if we do not approve the grants tonight? To March?
Okay. Council President, just for the record, to let the record reflect, Madam Clerk, that this motion has failed, and now we're just in discussion.
Are you letting,
Madam Clerk, did you announce it failed?
My friend, we trying to save the
I'm speaking to Council President.
Yes.
It's failed, just for my,
That is correct. Just like
Okay.
the first one, item number 15 that we voted, it failed.
Okay.
She put it into the record. She
Okay,
now
so
said we
it's-
needed a unanimous vote of the sitting council.
let's regroup then. There's a tape change. and
Mark,
we can-
Guys,
there's a
take a break,
question.
take a break, take a break.
There's a question on the floor, though.
But we can't because Remember I said it was 2 minutes left? You gotta take a break. How many minutes? No, I'm saying how many minutes for you? All right, we're gonna have to because you know what, when he said that 2 minute, so we'll have to come back.
Tried to amend it, just to approve the grants.
That's
So I want
okay.
to find out what the grants, because if there's a
that's
deadline on those
fine.
grants, you know what
I'm sorry? To everyone out there, we're gonna take a few minutes. We need a tape change. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes.
need the clerk.
So my age is very good today. He done bought.
Should have ate the chicken.
Madam Clerk, you look beautiful. You look beautiful every day, but today you look exceptionally beautiful. Okay, so we had a motion on the floor for, correct, we have a new,
I want to make a motion. The other one failed.
Yes.
the motion to add,
To add the amended resolution for number 15, which is the budget amendment. That's my
Second.
motion. Okay.
okay, and those amendments will be put on record. We have to force vote on adding the item.
So
Madam Clerk, roll call to add.
So roll is a resolution. This is item number 60.
2, because 61 failed.
So
Same
the
title.
number, that was 714. And Councilman, can you please repeat that title? Resolution to amend
to amend the introduced budget with the new amendments.
the approved introduced budget. With the amendments?
Yes.
Did you say new?
The changes to the, yes.
The new amendments, okay. That's item number 60. That's to be added onto the agenda, to the
Yes.
regular meeting agenda?
Yes.
Item number 62, to add, resolution to amend the approved introduced budget with the new amendments. Finance Resolution 19714. Councilman?
Yes.
Abdelaziz? Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 62 is added to the regular meeting agenda of December 17th.
We could take it.
So we add it to the agenda now. So
So-
now,
So you have to
Shall we read the title first?
You need to read the title and what those changes are. Very important, which
okay.
is,
So we just voted onto the agenda, so I'll just read it now and get a motion in a second, correct? Next item is item number 62, resolution to amend the approved introduced budget with the new amendments, finance, resolution 19714.
moved by
Moved by
Councilman
Councilman.
Velez, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call. I'm sorry, please read into the record the
Councilman
amendment.
Velez and
Okay.
Abdelaziz, and then Marjorie will read, yes, Finance Director.
Anticipated revenues, Section F, public and private revenues. Support data-driven responses of drug threats, from 0 to 600,000. Neighborhood preservation, Eastside Park, from 0 to 125,000. Open Space Trust, Eastside Park improvements, from 0 to 150,000. Open Space Trust, Ivanhoe Wheelhouse exterior, from 0 to 175,000. Green Acres Vista Park Development Project, from 0 to $976,030. Green Acres Valley Rock Trail improvements, from 0 to $76,284. New Jersey Historic Trust, Great Falls Historic District, from 0 to $50,000. New Jersey Historic Trust, Van Houten House, from 0 to $250,000. Open Space Trust, Van Houten House Architect, from 0 to $75,000. HIV Health Education and Risk Reduction, from 0 to $100,000. 2020 Federal Tuberculosis Control Grant from $0 to $102,110. 2020 Financial Empowerment Center Planning from $0 to $20,000. Strengthening local public health capacity from $0 to $95,000. Passaic County Evening Reporting Programs Grant from $0 to $113,855. Passaic County Life Skills and Family Court Program from $0 to $40,518. Urban Search and Rescue Program from $0 to $34,145.76. Emergency Management Assistance Allocation from $0 to $10,000. Total Section F, Public and Private Revenues from $0 to $2,992,942.76. Total Miscellaneous Revenues from $3,138,736.28 to $6,131,679.04. Total General Revenues from $252,914,297.52 to $255,863,094.52. Appropriations, public and private programs offset by revenues. Support data-driven responses of drug threats from $0 to $600,000. Neighborhood Preservation Eastside Park from $0 to $125,000. Open Space Trust from Eastside Park Improvements from $0 to $150,000. Open Space Trust Ivanhoe Wheelhouse Exterior from $0 to $175,000. Green Acres Vista Park Development Project from $0 to $976,030. Green Acres Valley Rock Trail Improvements from $0 to $76,284. New Jersey Historic Trust, Great Falls Historic District from $0 to $50,000. New Jersey Historic Trust, Van Houten House from $0 to $250,000. Open Space Trust, Van Houten House Architect from $0 to $75,000. HIV Health, Education and Risk Reduction from $0 to $100,000. 2020 Federal Tuberculosis Control Grant from $0 to $102,110. 2020 Financial Empowerment Center Planning from $0 to $20,000. Strengthening Local Public Health Capacity Program 2020 from $0 to $95,000. Passaic County Evening Reporting Programs Grant from $0 to $113,855. Passaic County Life Skills and Family Court Program from $0 to $40,518. Urban Search and Rescue Program from $0 to $34,145.76. Emergency Management Assistance Allocation from $0 to $10,000. Total public and private programs from $3,138,736.28 to $6,131,679.04. Total general appropriations from $252,914,297.52 to $255,863,094.52.
Roll call. Roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 62 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy? Yes. Councilman Mims?
It's very important that we allow programs to work and to make sure that there is no money that's lost when it comes to providing services to our community and to our youth. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 62 is hereby adopted. Marge, should I still announce the public hearing? Right.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing on this item on the approved amended budget will be held at the next regular meeting of January 14th, 2020 at 8 p.m. The public hearing on this.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much. Council members, we have a few items left. I'd like to really, not trying to shorten people's comments, but actually that's really what I want you to do, all right? These items were discussed. I have one of the directors here who's been waiting. And Madam Clerk, I want you to read into the record item number 49.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 49. Resolution confirming the appointment of Ocean Castillo as the Director of Department of Health and Human Services, Administration Resolution 19701.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 49.
Yes. Roll call on item number 49 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So it's a great honor supporting Director Castillo. She has done a great job. She's a role model for the other Latinas in the city, and I'm proud that she made history as the first Dominican department head that we've had. And more importantly, 6th Ward resident. She's going to keep an eye on the 6th Ward. My neighbor, so as Chair of Health and Human Services, I wish you luck. I'm there to make sure we deliver for our residents, and I know that you're going to do a great job, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy.
Didn't I say to keep it short?
I think it's important that the mayor has a team that he can count on, and I'm looking forward to seeing the work that's being done with the two directors that we have coming forward, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
Welcome aboard. It's been an honor working on the Health and Human Services Committee with you, and I love your how meticulous you are in making sure that we get the information. So I'm excited to vote in favor of this appointment. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera.
As a Paterson resident that you are, and understanding the needs of the community, I am sure you're going to do well. I also has seen your work ethic, serving on the Board of Education with you for a few years. Let's just put a stamp to this and just vote yes on this.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Everybody knows since the beginning, since the mayor decided to appoint her, my statement in the articles, newspaper, whatever they put at, was the same. I had confidence from the beginning that she will perform the job correctly, and understanding not only the 6th Ward, also the 5th Ward. We have a lot of seniors, a lot of needs there, so all the way around the city, I know she's out there, and not only sitting in the office, she's out there orientating in diverse media regarding the human services and the benefit that bring in that office. And she don't even have not even 6 months on it, so my vote is yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Madam President.
I echo the sentiments of all my colleagues. My vote is yes.
Vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 50. Congratulations.
Yes. Next item is item number 50. Resolution confirming the appointment of Farah Irvin as the Director of Department of Law, Administration Resolution 19702.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 50.
Roll call on item number 50 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So Corporation Council has hit the ground running. I have the honor to sit next to Corporation Council. She's been rubbing off on me because Councilman Velez has called me Assistant Corporation Council because she's been teaching me a lot over here. So I'm glad to support this fair. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Cotton, we're voting on item number 50 for Corporation Council appointment. 50. Appointment of Corporation Council.
I'm going to get up and leave.
No, thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
I just want to say welcome to Farrah Irvin. You truly are remarkable. I'm happy that you're here with us. I know I can come downstairs and you'll see me, and that's what we need. And so I'm honored to say yes to put you as our Corporation Council. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy.
Very quickly, again, I think it's great to have the mayor's selected staff. I think the Corporation Council have shown their independence and have shown us well and serve us well. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
And so some great remarks have already been made, but in addition to your wealth and your knowledge and your expertise, I'm really impressed that you speak other languages. I think that's amazing to know that. And so welcome aboard. Thank you for being so transparent and readily available to all the questions that I presented to you and this council. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Yep.
So sometimes it takes some time for you to get accustomed to working with someone, but you did make some changes to your department that I think is going to be very beneficial to the city as a whole. You changed some of the procedures that we have requested in the past that had never been addressed before, and I could appreciate that very much. It is an honor to confirm you as a department head in your position. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Councilman, it's 11:30.
I was speaking, but my microphone was off. I share the same sentiment of all my council colleagues. Welcome, congratulations. My word is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
I would probably, I mean, again, my sentiments across the council, but I would have to probably agree the most with Councilman Rivera in saying that sometimes you have to get to know someone and, you know, in working with them, and it is no surprise to anyone and to you. As council president, I have to say that I'm looking forward to the confirmation, and I've said it in the past, and I say it respectfully by saying this, but you come with the experience that the city needs. We need individuals, and yes, Councilman McCoy, the mayor does choose his cabinet, but it's nice when he chooses a group of individuals that understand governance. And so with that, I want to say that I am in agreement with this confirmation, and I look forward to continuing the work that we have began together. My vote is yes.
And a Paterson resident too, don't forget.
Oh, Paterson resident.
We have two tonight, which is great.
Real residents. Real.
Are they alive?
Physically living in Paterson. We wash our clothes in the same spot. I'm not just kidding. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 50 is hereby adopted.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Item number 48.
Next item is item number 48, resolution appointing Vincenzo Stampone as the municipal court judge to fill an unexpired term. Administration Resolution 19700.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 48 for approval.
Roll call on item number 48 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Councilwoman?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I believe he understands the quality of life that we're looking in the city, so my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Okay, and I apologize. I want to apologize to Director Castillo. I didn't know if you wanted to say anything as you got confirmed.
No.
Also, Corporation Council, if you'd like to say something. I apologize. I didn't. Very well. Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next item is item number 51.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 51, resolution reappointing Sonia L. Gordon as municipal clerk of the city of Paterson, effective December 17, 2019, City Council
So
Resolution
point of order.
19703.
Council members, I am moving item number 51.
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez, Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Rivera, Councilman McCoy. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 51.
Yes, Madam President.
Corporate
Roll
Counsel.
call on item number 51. Councilman Abdelaziz.
I've only been with you for a year and a half, Madam Clerk, and it's been nothing but professionalism, and you have really, there's only one person in the city that can handle this council. I don't care who it is, and that's you. I don't know how you do it. You should give tips to everyone else, but you deserve everything about it, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that it's truly an honor. Been working with you for the last 7 years. And, you know, there have been many issues. And, you know, the good thing I like about it is that me and you can always talk. And it's kept to ourselves. So you are truly a good city clerk, and I'm happy to be here with you. And, of course, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, righteousness, of course, have to come forward. It has been my pleasure working with Madam Clerk from the point that she was the deputy clerk to the position of the municipal clerk. I've worked with her predecessor, Jane Warrens Williams, and her predecessor, Sylvia Ulmer, who I succeeded as well on the municipal council. So cumulatively, I've worked with Madam Clerk for the last 19 years, and I've found her to be an outstanding choice, and look forward to working with her moving forward. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims.
Madam Clerk, I think your outfit speaks to who you are. You are such a ray of sunshine and a lady of grace, and so I'm really excited to reappoint you on tonight by voting in favor of it. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for making the transition for newly elected council people a very smooth transition. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
I'm just going to say that you're always the same person, no matter what's going on within the council. There was times that I was questioning some of the things in your department, not that it was your doing, but I was questioning some things. But you have never changed. You've been the same person towards me, and I could really appreciate that. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I have to say she has changed from good to goodness.
Good to good.
Listen, I just had to say, I really, Councilman Abdelaziz just said that he proud to sit next to corporate counsel, so I'm proud to sit next to the city clerk, and she keep me in check. I know her sign language, you know. When she look me with those beautiful eyes, you know, I know how to shut up. But she's doing a great job. Madam Clerk, you know that we see each other almost all day and back and forth, and I know you're Professor with not only with us, also with your staff, and that's a blessing. Not only that, the good thing is that you're a woman of God, and that's a good thing when you have a job like the one that you have. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President.
So, before I vote,
anything left? Oh.
this flower seems like it's just not in place.
Microphone, please.
This flower is not in place. This flower needs to be right here. So I just want to say,
Thank you.
my vote is yes.
Thank you.
All right. Is this for you?
Oh, thank you, Councilman Velez. You always look out for
Madam Clerk, you definitely.
Thank you.
You know, and I was, not that I didn't know that you were on the agenda, but you just looked exceptionally today.
Yeah.
And I want to say that I appreciate you. I've been here for the past 5 years, and you have never changed your demeanor. You work with all of us. Thank you for all the advice, and as well as, you know, sometimes when I'm confused about something, you're always there, and you're even on weekends. So I really want to thank you, and I just look forward to working with you in the next coming years as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Thank
Madam
you very
President, if I may.
Yes.
I would just like to say thank you to Madam President and all the honorable council members. When I did ask Madam President
All right.
that my term expired and I need to add a resolution, she did not say yes and she did not say no. She said absolutely. And I just wanted to thank all my council members, and I look forward to continue working with everyone. And thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart. This is my best Christmas gift I ever have. Coming in January 3rd will be my 25th years with this city.
Wow.
And I'm very blessed, and I look forward to have a couple more years.
And we are blessed to
Not
have
yet.
you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we're going to move, reading to the record, item number 52.
52. Next item is item number 52, resolution honoring Chief Troy Oswald for his service to the Paterson Police Department, sponsored by Council President Maritza Davila, co-sponsored by the entire Municipal Council. City Council Resolution 19704.
I am moving this item.
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 52.
Roll call on
Councilwoman
item.
Mims. Second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims.
Yes. Roll call on item number 52 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
The chief and I speak all the time. Just for keep it short, my vote is yes, and I look forward to speaking and letting everyone know all the great things he did in his retirement party.
Councilman, did you say your vote is yes? Yes. Thank you. Councilman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, to honor our police chief, Troy Oswald, you know, most of the people remember him jumping fences in the 4th Ward, but he's always been a community kind of person, and no matter where he goes in the city, a lot of people know who he is, so, and most of the time, he remembers who they are, so he's truly, is a community person that we had, so, you know, it's an honor for me to vote yes in honoring Troy Oswald for the service he had for the city of Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, we're voting on item number 52, honoring the Chief Oswald.
Yes, Madam Clerk. You can speak to any law enforcement agent across the country, across the state, across the city, and all of them will acknowledge he's amongst the best. It's a true loss to the city, and I'll let it rest there. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
My vote is yes as well. Fine, you know, public servant in the city of Paterson, well respected by staff and the community. Commend him for his service, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
I want to thank Chief Oswald for the amazing work that he's done over the years. Our city has been made the better because of his outstanding service and leadership. He will definitely be missed. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Definitely going to be missed, Councilwoman Liz Mims. My desire was that he stay for longest. That's not going to be possible, but I won't regret that I met a great man and a good law enforcer. And I know the department by itself is going to miss him. And hopefully whoever comes after him has big shoes to fill. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
I thought it was really important to acknowledge our chief. It is sad that he will be leaving us. And I think it's a loss to the city and a loss to the department. He has earned his respect. I know that I've had many policemen and women speak to me and just say how they are going to truly miss their leader. Don't know who's coming up next, but they have some big shoes to fill, as our chief has served in the different divisions, and Councilwoman Cotton said it best. I mean, when he goes out there, everyone knows who he is. And not just in one ward, but the entire city of Paterson. So I'm going to truly miss him. It's been great working with him. And this is why I thought it was important to give him recognition. So my vote is yes. I'm actually sad. My vote is yes on item number 52.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
Very well. Madam Clerk, item number 53.
Yes, next item is item number 53, resolution memorializing Dr. Emily England Clyburn, wife of Major Whip James E. Clyburn, the third most powerful member of Congress and highest ranking African-American elected official in the United States. Sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Council President Marisa Davila, and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims, City Council Resolution 19705.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 53.
Roll call on item number 53 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, it truly was an honor for me to sponsor this resolution. James E. Clyburn got married in my fourth ward, our fourth ward in the city of Paterson in 1961. He is now the highest ranking African-American elected official in the United States of America. He's the third most powerful member of Congress now. And for him, when I met him in Washington, D.C., I've never met him before, when his chief of staff said to him, "This is Councilwoman from Paterson, New Jersey," he just stopped what he was doing because he was just so happy that I was down there in Washington, D.C. to talk about different items and stuff. But it is truly an honor for me to have my Councilwoman Mims with me and my council president to support honoring his wife who had passed away. And he always talks about the city of Paterson, even down in Washington, D.C., he talks about our city. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 54.
Next item is item number 54, resolution memorializing Charles E. Council for his commitment as a Paterson police officer and to our community, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims, and co-sponsored by the Municipal Council. City Council Resolution 19706.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 54.
Roll call on item number 54 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, I just, Mr. Charles Council was a member, he was a member of my church, New Amy Zion, with his wife Tressie. But I remember Mr. Council as being probably one of our first detectives in the city of Paterson. He has been retired quite some time now, but I guess his best moment was being a security guard, being security for Dr. Martin Luther King when he came to Paterson on March 27, 1968, along with Benjamin Leak, who was also a police officer at the time. So we need to recognize those that have made a difference in our community, that has helped so many of us. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. It's an honor to be able to memorialize Mr. Charles E. Council.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
When you think of legacy and you think of marks that can't be erased, you always will remember the likes of Charles E. Council. So it's an honor to be a part of this memorialization for him. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, please read into the record item number 55.
Next item is item number 55 for approval, resolution memorializing the honoring and life of Deacon Isaac McDuffie Jr., sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and co-sponsored by the Municipal Council, City Council Resolution 19707.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 55.
Roll call on item 55, item number 55 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Deacon Isaac McDuffie has been, especially in the Fourth Ward, probably for the last 50 years. But I best known him as being a big supporter of the Cotton family for many, many years, living on East 23rd Street. But I remember him the most when we have new recruits that come into the city, and Reverend John Algie of Madison Avenue Christian Reformed Church does what they call a community meeting with the new officers, so with the new recruits, so they get a chance to hear from the community what to expect as being a new officer in the city. So, and Mr. Deacon McDuffie was part of that organization that did this. Every class that was recruited would come through Crossroads Ministries, and they would talk to them about the community and what to expect. And he's going to be known to be part of that organization that did that. So it's an honor for me to, and he lived in the Fourth Ward for the last over 50 years. But it's an honor for us to remember those who you know that have done so much in our city, who take care of so many children, has taken care of so many families. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
I want to first give my condolences to the family and the passing of Deacon McDuffie. He was my neighbor. I grew up around the corner from them, and he was an amazing person. And so, Pastor McDuffie, to your lovely mom, to your brothers, this is a great commemoration of your dad's life and the celebration of all that he has done. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
46 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 56.
Next item is item number 56, resolution authorizing the award of contract to IBN Construction for the demolition of a city-owned property known as 6 Woodson Street, Paterson, New Jersey, for the Department of Economic Development, RFP number 20.1, Economic Development, Resolution 19708.
What number is it?
Motion.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman
Discussion.
Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Discussion?
Discussion.
Just a quick question to our administration. This item is to award a contract for the demolition of a city-owned property. I just want to question what happened to the demolition equipment that we purchased? The demolition equipment that we have currently for the city?
You mean the fire?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we picked that, did we pick it up yet? I don't know if we picked it up.
Yes, it's-
I know what you're talking about. I don't know when they picked it up.
So do we know if our employees have been trained or
I
staffed?
believe that was one of the things the chief said.
I do not know that.
People that needed to be.
They told me they were in training now. Right?
Yes.
They started training.
So they may be in training now.
So they have not started, okay.
Yeah.
So that's a concern that, we're going out to bid. I mean, the bid, according to what I see in the
You're still gonna
quotations.
do that though, Councilwoman. You're still gonna, there's certain
Yeah,
avenues you're still
I
gonna
know, but I'm
go
just
and
saying we have equipment, so I just wanted to understand with the equipment that we have, what's happening with that? Have they been trained? Are we utilizing? So the answer to all of that, the first part is we have not utilized it yet. We have to train. Do we know how many people are being trained for that equipment?
I think it's about
What are the
6.
requirements?
It might be about 6. I have been asking the question. That's why I can answer it. I've just been asking about, because, I said that we need to train our people. We need to pay them a decent wage. And it's about 6 of them that's going to be trained.
So administration, can you get the exact number and what type of schedule and what will be the requirements to handle this type of machinery?
Sure.
Thank you.
Council President.
Did you vote?
No, we discussion.
Oh, okay.
Council President, just a quick question. This is a city-owned property. Do we have a potential buyer for this property?
You said what?
We have a
I'm
potential.
I'm not aware of a buyer for the property, Councilman. I mean, there could be, but I'm not aware of one right now. I believe the property is a hazard, and it needs to be demolished.
A hazard in what part? Because I look at the picture here and it's not surrounding nothing. We have, I have two houses in the 5th Ward, 99 Pearl Street.
Yeah.
Okay? That is a real hazard. You got a senior buildings next to it. You have another house next to it, and it was in demolition list, and another one in Auburn Street. Okay, and you know, and it's more traffic individual goes through there. Kids goes through there back and forth to school. And if I get out of here to the council right now, I always pass through there during the night.
Yeah.
I had to kick out people from there with my big flashlight to tell them to move out of the property. By the time the police respond, I move it myself. So, you know, I look at the property was located right now. It had nothing around it, just open land. And that one is considered a hazard when we have more in the neighborhood section that are more hazard because squatters are going in there. You could look at the call of service for those property, and now the temperatures are going down, and you have less than 2 feet, those property close to the others. And I already addressed this almost 6 months ago with Community Economic Development Director Mike Power, and he said that was in the list. We voted for those demolition to go forward for bid. Somehow it's not going through. So, and this one, that's why I asked, if there's somebody interested in this whole property and.
Councilman, I don't know the answer to that question, and again, you know, it would be helpful if we could kind of vet this before the meeting. If I had known you were gonna ask a question about whether there was a developer there, I could have an answer for you, but I don't.
All right.
And with regard to the process, I mean, I know there's a process before any property is
Yes.
demolished, whether it be from the fire department or the construction code official. There's some determination. Where your properties are on the list, I don't know, but if you give me the addresses, I could.
Yeah, so let me
try to
give you,
figure
let me
out
only
where
give
they
you
are.
the three one that I'm concerned now. 55 Pennington Street, 99 Carroll, 99
Slow
Pearl
down,
Street.
slow down.
Oh, sorry.
55 Pennington,
Pennington, 99 Pearl Street,
99 Pearl.
yes, and 184 Mill Street. And that's at 176 property that I have abandoned, at least I have 10 now. So I guess they doing a great job in the city on that. But this one I was real concerned. Oh, sorry, and 131 Park Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 56 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
I'm just gonna request to the BA that, when they demolish this property, I had a property on Rosa Parks Boulevard that took almost 2 weeks to get cleaned up. It shouldn't take that long to move. Once you knock the building down, I know they gotta go before the state to get, accepted for asbestos or something, but I don't wanna see this property knocked down and it sits there for 2 weeks before the demolition company picks it up and take it to where it needs to be taken to. So it happened to me on Rosa Parks Boulevard. You know, it shouldn't be happening that way, that you knock it down and it's taken 2 weeks to remove all the debris. I'm just requesting that whoever's gonna oversee that project.
Okay,
Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Very good, Madam Clerk. Mr. BA, my concern with this is there's a process for emergency appropriations whenever there's a situation like this. If it's an emergency demo, it doesn't require a council vote. It automatically moves. The fire chief or whomever, the building subcode official designates it as an emergency. It foregoes this step with coming before the council. So Councilwoman Mims's comment in regard to the money that we spent on demolition equipment, it's another waste of money if we're not going to utilize it. And also what we're doing is it's still a means of which we're funneling money to an outside company that's not from here. Don't hire people from here. And it's not that big of a number at a 28,000, but it is a practice that shouldn't be, that should no longer be practiced. And I am aware there are certain provisions in which the fire equipment cannot be utilized, but it was changed, the purchase was changed because the DCA, or I believe whoever issued the grant, pushed it back, said we can't purchase it that way. So we were never given another recap on whether or not these items can be, in fact, demolished by city employees. So with that being said, and again, which Councilman Velez has pointed out, doesn't appear to be a vital emergency, I can't support giving more money to another outside agency that's not going to hire Paterson people. My vote is no.
Councilman McCoy?
We're looking forward to bringing the demolition equipment online. It was one of the things that I brought forth in my initial view of ensuring that we increase the work that is laid out for DPW. I think it will be a tremendous cost savings. In the meantime, I recognize that we have to demolish these structures once they're identified as being a harm to public safety and public health. And so in these emergency situations, we have to take them down. I fully recognize that we don't have the capacity in-house, and therefore we must go out to bid. My vote is yes.
And so, the reason why it opens up discussion to question the demolition equipment is because there was a process, Councilman Jackson talked about it, where we got the equipment, or there was an issue with getting the equipment in the beginning, and then finally we got the equipment, and we're still, there's no scheduled plan of operation as to when it's going to start. Not sure what the training is, not sure how many people it requires to be trained, and what the schedule looks like. Have no idea what that looks like. Based on what is here and based on the specs and who we're giving this contract to, it's someone from Newark. Not sure who they are. I tried to look them up. I don't even see anything about this company, how long they've been in business. I don't see any details about that. And so with that being said, and based on the research that I've tried to identify to bring just cause, in addition to, I remember about a year ago, we had a full list of properties that we were prioritizing for demolition, and Councilman Velez talked about it, and we have not seen that list presented back to this council. So with that said, and because I'm not sure why this would take precedence over some other properties that definitely need to be done, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
You know, it's funny because right now I recall that probably this property that was there before, all the way surrounding this house, fall into the flood zone buyout because it's close to the river. That's why I'm asking. It's a lot to ask, but when they come in, we don't have the whole full information on it. But I just want to make sure that this is a city property, that as soon as they demolish this property, the company is responsible to fence this property because it's going to be turned into a dump site. Trust me, it's going to turn into a dump site. It's a dead end. You got only like 3 houses left. So to prevent that, I just want to make sure that the demolition company secure the perimeter of this property to make sure nobody dump in the future. Yeah, my vote is yes.
Madam President? The vote is 4 in favor, 2 against, 3 absent. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, there's 2 items. We're going to go backwards here. We're going to do 60, 59, 58, and 57 in that order.
Can you repeat again for me, please?
We're going to do item 60 first.
60
We're gonna go
first.
backwards, 59, 58, and then 57.
Okay, all right. Next item is item number 60, resolution authorizing contract extension with Suburban Disposal, Inc. for a period of 30 days for the collection of solid waste for the city of Paterson. Rebid number 17.30, Department of Public Works, resolution 19712.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 60.
Roll call on item number 60 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman McCoy? Yes. Councilman Mims?
I would like to see, in addition to my vote, but I would like to see, we've had a lot of issues with garbage pickup sporadically, but recently, I'm not sure if it's because of holiday or what's happening, but there's been an increase of garbage not being picked up throughout the city of Paterson, which is a concern. And I'm not sure if we can do some type of conversation or some workshop with Suburban Disposal to identify what the issues are or what's happening. But I think it's very disappointing that the residents throughout the city are consistently calling to us or making commentary regarding the garbage that was not picked up, and they're waiting until the following day for the pickup, and is going to cause an increase of rodents in the city. I see this is only for 30 days, but I would like to see some type of proactive plan, Mr. B.A., that we can take a look at to identify. Possibly, I heard Councilman McCoy maybe a couple years ago talk about us having our own sanitation department for the city of Paterson, but until that happens, what is the short-term plan? What are the fines or penalties that we can put on the company when they don't pick up? And how do we resolve it internally with the lack of resources that we have? And with that said, because of what they have not been doing, my vote is no.
Councilman Velez?
You know, the process is, they only ask in 30 days for be able to go out and bid, right? I believe so that, period 30 days to collection solid waste for the city of Paterson rebid. And that's the process. If we don't pass this, then our garbage will not be collected for 30 days, okay? Now, the thing is, I urge the purchasing agent and administration is that if any chance this company is successful on the contract, to tighten up the belts, asking for new trucks, asking for better, more trucks in the city, and that the residents of Paterson could see that whoever wins it, is giving back the service of taxpayers' money. So, I don't have a problem in the Fifth Ward regarding garbage left behind or whatever. That clock is wrong. But one thing I have to say is that sometime our resident had to be educated.
That's correct.
It's correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so it's correct. So my vote is yes.
The clock. Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
I'm really not happy with, throughout the city. I don't want to, say that, certain wards, they must have some type of contract directly with them that they get their garbage picked up. But I received a letter that I had my secretary forward to the mayor's office, and I asked that the BA receive a copy of it, as well as Corporation Council and the entire council. Constituents writing how, they're not happy with the amount of garbage, the dumping. I mean, just this morning, as I was coming, I was looking at the amount of garbage. Yesterday, the same thing, where the garbage is getting picked up. It's what they leave behind, in our streets, and I'm not happy.
She's voting.
It is obvious to me that the company hires individuals, and it is those individuals who are the ones that are if I may use the word sloppy in their cleanup, picking up our garbage. But something's gotta give, and extending this, this contract for 30 days, I understand that, it needs to be done. I just can't support it. I'm just not happy with the services, and, I can't support it. So my vote is no.
Thank you. The vote is 3 in favor, 2 against, 4 absent. Item number 60 is hereby adopted.
Okay, very well. Madam Clerk, item number 59.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 59, and item number 59 reads, resolution authorizing the award of contract to J.A. Alexander, Inc. for the 2019 citywide road resurfacing program, bid number 20.08 for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 19711.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by
Question.
Councilwoman Mims.
Just a question.
Discussion.
Yeah.
Mr. BA, can we get a list of the entire road resurfacing program of all of the streets that we're anticipating, the ones that we've done and the ones that we're anticipating? Because this is one list, and then we have the $1.3 million.
Why isn't there an attachment to this?
There was
Where?
there. It was only 8 streets only.
Yes, on page 3.
There should be.
Where?
Click on the arrow to go at the top.
Okay.
Do you have the original?
I just want to make the request.
You want to show it to the president here?
It's attached. Thing is,
That was the one that was provided to us. You can show it to her.
Okay.
14 streets available here. Is it attached or was it a workshop?
Okay. Yeah, have it. Right.
I know, I have a discussion.
What do you need to?
The reason I want to ask is that I know we have 14, we have 14 streets, that in that resurfacing. And the cost is what? No, that's the cost of those 14 streets. If my understanding is that like $800,000 on it. So where's the other where's the other money is gonna go? If that 14 streets is $1.2 million, and those 14 streets are going to be $800,000, where the other money is gonna go?
We have to get that information, Councilman. I don't know off the top of my head where that money is going and what streets are going to be paved using that money.
No, because if there's less money left, we could add more streets and use the whole 1.2 million.
Well, the purpose of the money is to pave roads, so we can't use it for anything else. So yes,
Correct.
we will pave roads.
Now, it's my understanding that when they're gonna start, because December, they already stopped doing blacktop.
It may be in the springtime when they
Oh,
can do it.
springtime, okay. Schedule?
I don't have it, but I can
Okay.
provide it.
All right, thank you, Council President.
Okay, roll call. And I don't-
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 59 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
List that, I think we talked about it earlier, when the gentleman was up there crying about, he was talking about the streets that needed to be paved, and we have the list here, like I said, that I was gonna visit some of these streets to see if they truly needed to be paved. Because when you look at it, you look where they're more in certain wards than other wards, but we need our street paves, we just need them, but they're not gonna do it now, they're gonna probably start in the spring, because it's too cold to pave streets now. But we have to get this done. I'm not sure, this is 2019, the way it has been going is usually a year behind, or sometimes 2 years behind before we are able to get to getting the streets paved. So, we need to allocate this money, so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy? I'll go back to him.
59.
Councilman Mims?
Yes, I'm excited to see these streets that are added, and I know the anticipated list that I saw, the mayor was broadcasting on his live, some new streets that are up there, but if there are some additional monies left, I think possibly doing a check of the roads throughout the city to ensure that some of the other roads that need to be done, that they're added to this list as well. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I know. I just want to say, I have a list of PCG gas main half street paving engineering estimate. It's a new list. It was submitted to the mayor, so hopefully they could, because it's going to be amended. Hopefully you get amended and other streets that need it for real, get attention. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz, we're voting on item number 59.
So, the Sixth Ward has seen tremendous progress on their roads, between PSD&G and the state aid and some of the city roads from the bond. Our roads are pretty good, and I'm glad to see that Grove Street is on this. I actually drove through there today and saw all the potholes, so I'm excited that this list adds another 4 roads from the Sixth Ward. And we're gonna keep an eye on the resurfacing. So, yeah, my vote probably yes, because our infrastructure, and I'm glad to support more roads in the Sixth Ward getting repaved.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, item number 59, your vote.
I'm telling you, Councilwoman Cotton, I'm with you. Yeah. First and the fourth get ignored. Sixth Ward Councilman over here bragging about his new roads getting done. Well, I want to talk about the contractors that's getting paid astronomical amount of money, disrespecting the process. They excavate the roads, put the soil back in there, which is illegal, by the way. And once again, millions of dollars being funneled out to an outside agency that's hiring somebody else, putting food on someone else's table, sending somebody else's kids to college. We got to be more responsible. The jobs for the road resurfacing isn't that difficult. They push a rake. One guy runs a machine, 2 other guys on the shovel. I see him. And just because those extra roads are getting paved in the 6th, I'm not going to support this measure. Not many, Councilwoman. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Madam President?
Only one.
Your vote, Madam President. Item number 59. Yes. Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 59 is hereby adopted. 58, Madam President? There are 2 more items. Yes. Next item is item number 58, resolution authorizing award of contract to Delta Dental for employee dental PPO and Delta flagship DMO, and to Helplex for dental DMO plan for the city of Paterson, RFP number 2020-19, finance resolution 19710. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second. Yes, roll call on item number 58 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Khan. Yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims. Yes. Councilman Velez.
I urge all the employees to take advantage of their medical insurance and plan. Please do so, because there's others that don't, and work hard too. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President? Yes. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 58 is hereby adopted. I think last but not least. Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 57, resolution authorizing the 2020 renewal of insurance policies with all payments thereunder hereby ratified and or authorized. Finance Resolution 19709. Is a motion?
Move. Mims. Mims say yes. Mims.
Yes, roll call for on item number 57 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 57 is hereby adopted. Madam President and honorable council members, there are no more items on the regular meeting agenda.
Second.
Sorry. Madam Clerk, before we close, I also want to wish Councilwoman Mims, although it's my time, because it's my week, we already celebrated, pre-celebrated, but I do want to wish you a happy birthday, because we will not be here for your birthday, because our meeting will be afterwards, so I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Anybody that wants to celebrate with me, call me up so y'all can take me out, all right, individually. That way my birthday extends all the way till next year.
That's sexual harassment.
Oh my God. Anyway, thank you everyone once again. Thank you for today's dinner. Thank you for the flowers. Thank you for the beautiful singing. I appreciate each and every one of you. Madam Clerk, roll call to close.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of December 17, 2019. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So before I close, I do have an important announcement for the 6th Ward residents. For the past 3 years, we've done our annual Santa visits to 6th Ward on Christmas Eve. It's truly a spectacular thing that we do. So I'm asking all the residents on Christmas Eve, when you hear the fire trucks, the sirens, please look out for our float. We have Santa, we have surprises. We try to get through every single block in the 6th Ward. If you live on a dead end, come out to the corner. If the cars are blocked on the street, we cannot come. But many of you, council people, if you want to join us along the route, it's truly a nice thing that goes on for the community, and I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to remind my constituents out there that I will be having my 36th annual Christmas dinner. This is 36 years at the Masonic Temple on Christmas Day, December 25th, starting at 12 o'clock. Also, we'll be having tourists, we'll be having clothes. We're going to be rifling off bicycle for girls and boys. We're also going to have some 32-inch screen TVs. So if you can make it out on Wednesday, December 25th at 12 o'clock at the Masonic Temple, 224 Broadway. As I said, this is our 36th year. Also, I want to just say to you that I have changed my meeting time for my crime prevention through environmental design. We will start back in January, meeting the last Thursday of each month. And what I hope to do after my crime prevention meeting is have my tenants' rights meeting today. I had the opportunity to go to Newark this morning, and I met the lawyer for fair share housing. Well, what I have discovered is that I'm getting a lot of calls about HUD buildings and HUD apartments in our city. I'm not quite sure how many buildings we have, but to me, tenants should have a decent place to live. They shouldn't have problems after problems after problems. So going down to Newark, everybody was represented there but the city of Paterson. Newark, East Orange, we had them in Willenboro, we had them in Burlington. So those are some information. So I'm going to start this committee because we need to know where to go and who to contact and stop figuring out who we can call. I'm starting to realize now, I met the lady, Anne Marie, who was sent to New Jersey by our president, Donald Trump. And she's in charge of the New Jersey Department of Housing and Urban Development for the state of New Jersey. But also, I just want to say that it's wonderful to meet people, to be able to do things. And I would be having that meeting. But don't forget, and I just want to say to my my corporation counsel, my BA, my finance director, my Madam Clerk, my Secretary Sabrina, I want to wish you guys, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's, a Happy Kwanzaa. To my council colleagues, you know, have a blessed one. You know I'll be doing a holiday dinner. to everyone out there, you in the city of Paterson, if you can make someone happy during the Christmas holiday, please do that. It doesn't take much. As I always say, once you do one good deed, God will shower you with other good blessings that will come along. So thank you. Have a happy holidays, you all out there. If you can come by Masonic, please do. But I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a Happy Kwanzaa, and a Happy New Year's. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Oh, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Don't forget Happy Hanukkah, Councilwoman. And you see the discriminatory practices? Did the fire truck riding down the 4th Ward?
No, I didn't see it.
It's in the 6th Ward. You see that, Councilwoman? They hating on the 1st and the 4th.
No, I have a guy. He's gonna be riding.
Okay.
He's coming from the Grand.
Well, listen, on a more serious note, Corporation Council and members of the council, I do want to revisit, there's a vote that we took back some time. I think, Madam Irving, you sent me a copy of the reso that was previously voted on. Mr. B.A., this council had formally formulated a rent leveling board, and it has yet to be acted upon. I'm assisting a young lady who is 71 years old, who has surpassed her retirement age, and she's now looking for employment because she's on the verge of being evicted. And as rents continue to climb in our community, and it's been a target for quite some time for heavy-scale developers, I do see the administration working tirelessly with developers, but I'm hoping that we make sure that we don't forget those who have spent many, many years in our community who will not be able to pay their rent. It'd be heartbreaking to get a phone call from a 71-year-old woman and letting us know that she's homeless, sleeping on the street. I've spent 2 years in front of this council, as well as going before the board of the Housing Authority for Ms. Sheena Johnson, who spent the last 2 years sleeping in her car, and still sleeping in her car, even after taking the Housing Authority to court, winning her case, and being granted her subsidy back. So, Madam Irving, let me know what we need to do. I want to bring back that item for a vote, rescale it for seniors, change the provision from 3.5% increase annually back down to 2%, and also put some fail-safes in place so that seniors aren't being asked to pay 80 to 90% more than what they receive monthly from Social Security. They're not able to sustain in this climate that's increasingly growing every month. With that being said, everyone have a good night. Happy holidays. Happy birthday, Council President. Happy birthday, Councilwoman Mims. I hope you guys enjoy. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman McCoy?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Certainly join with Councilman Jackson and the rest of the council, the gentleman on the dash, wishing our Council President a happy birthday, as well as Councilwoman Mims when it comes. Tonight, I just want to be very simple and thank everyone that came out on Wednesday, December 11th, to the Bill McCoy Foundation 16th Annual Toys for Kids and Community Aid Dinner at the Brownstone. We were a tremendous success, thanks to your support, and I'm sure the children of Paterson will thank you as well for your commitment, your support for making that happen. Thanks to my family and all of the staff members and volunteers that worked so hard to make that happen. That effort will definitely be rewarded. On Monday, we'll be doing our toy distribution as well. We invite children from our public schools almost entirely, and that's how we do it. It is not a general solicitation, but it's actually soliciting children from our schools. And we do that to make sure that everyone is represented across the board, and the school would select the children that are most eligible, could be most impacted based on our guidelines. So don't call my office or don't call me, but see a school nearby or some organization or community-based group. Thank you. Wow.
Is that for our birthday
guy-
too?
This guy
That's for our birthday too?
Only Councilman Jackson. And so we'll have a great time as well. Thank you for your support. Wishing you all the best for the holiday season, and with all of the things that are going on in our community, let me say to our officers, our young officers that are here, that looks like they're from our newest academy, that you have our community support, and we encourage you to be safe as you execute your duties in protecting us. As we note in the last 2 weeks, the tragedies in Jersey City where I work and the loss of lives, we mourn with all of those and extend to them our condolences and to their families as well. My vote is aye, Madam Clerk. Good night and be well.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So to our community, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year's, as well as to our council. Thank you, Council President, for my amazing roles, and happy birthday. I'm super excited. I will be celebrating my 50th birthday next Friday, 2 days after Christmas. I want to thank everyone that came out last Saturday to the amazing December to Remember. It was a power-packed event. Many people got a lot of prizes. We ate, we danced. It was just absolutely amazing. On Christmas Day, we're doing it again this year, where we're going to be Christmas caroling around the city. So you'll see postings on my social media page. We'll be emailing, texting out. We will be in every ward of the city starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you feel your location needs to see our presence and to hear the great melodies, please send it to me and we'll try to make a stop in your ward. But last year it was amazing. We were in every section of the city and the crowd kept growing as we went to different locations. So we'll be posting it, adding information, so that you will be a part. As our children are going into their holiday season and their break and kids are coming home for college, I want to wish them a safe and healthy and happy holiday, that they will stay safe and they'll return back to college and return back to school safely. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes, I'm the last one. I tried to make it short. This next Saturday, December 21st, we're going to be at the toy giveaway at International High School. Please, I will urge all the Fifth Ward residents to go to 200 Grand Street this next Saturday. Please go with your parents, and parents go with your kid from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at International High School this next Saturday. There will be toy giveaway, picture with Santa, and a lot of fun in there. So please don't miss it. On Monday, December 23rd, I will be going around with a float with Santa Claus around the Fifth Ward. Unfortunately, I'm not going to tie it up. The fire department because probably they have a lot of calls at that time. But yeah, and that's taxpayer money though. So the float is going to be all the way around the Fifth Ward with Santa Claus and having fun with diverse kind of music that represent the Christmas season or the holidays. Last but not least, actually not last, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all those individuals that this past year have contributed to the progress in the economy and also in the development of the Fifth Ward. If you look at the Fifth Ward, 3 years ago, it's not the same that you see it now. It's tremendous. The ward has advanced, and I just want to say thank you to those investors that took their time to invest in the fifth one. And not only that, Councilman, they give back to the community. They give back to the community. And they give back to a different organization. And a lot of people give back to the community because those individuals that invest back to the community. Kudos to them, and thank you always to think about the city of Paterson. Now, last but not least, happy birthday, Council President, and also Councilwoman Liz Simmons. I owe you a dinner. Yes, I will go, please. And I set my invitation for now. It's going to be a nice restaurant. I know you like to go to Soho and all that stuff.
I accept
down
your
at the river.
apologies.
Okay, but a toda la gente que está allá afuera, de parte de todos los concejales que están aquí sentados en el concilio, le queremos desear a todos una feliz Navidad y un próspero año nuevo, de parte de todos los concejales que trabaja para usted día y noche, que el año que viene será un año más de prosperidad. Dios me lo bendiga.
You vote?
Yes. It's for the queue.
Okay, so I actually have a few announcements very quickly. Just because we're celebrating my birthday, starting tomorrow until January 2nd, all the meters will be covered. So happy holidays, Feliz Navidad. Just kidding, it is not on my behalf, but the parking authority is putting on covering all of the meters till January 2nd. So free parking, yay! But secondly, I also...
It's covered with our name, so we paying for it.
On behalf of the council and the city, I never interrupt you guys when you guys are closing. Come on. I want to take this opportunity I know that, as I said before, this is our last meeting before Christmas and Kwanzaa and celebrating New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. So I wish every council member a prosperous coming new year. For those that are running for re-election, I wish you much luck. We will be out there working very hard. I think we have a great team, regardless of what it may look like out there. There is quite a few of us who work day in, day out. Others that we can't say because you don't see them everywhere that they're not working either. So I'm just looking forward to May 2020. And as your council president, you know, I'm looking forward to working next year. I'm not celebrating my 50th yet, but we're getting close to it. So y'all all will be getting an invitation. You have to dress for the occasion. I will be Queen of the Night. If y'all know what that means, then y'all will come prepared to party. Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Wait. How could I forget? Oh my God. To my special person out there, you know who you are, Mr. Henry Sosa. I'm wishing you a happy birthday on Friday, as well as Dr. Baral and my beloved sister Jeanette, who right now, if I only send you the text of what she said to me, Wagwa. Well, and I said, what? She says, I'm in Jamaica, Montego Bay. So I wish her a happy birthday as well, as she was born on December 20th. And to all the December babies, happy birthday. Good night.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The regular meeting of December 17, 2019 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Marge?
I don't know.